Everybody, we're going to go ahead and get our meeting started. This is the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education, and this is our 9th meeting for the interim. And we will start first by taking roll. So if the secretary please call the roll. Please call the roll.
Assemblywoman Hanson.
Assemblywoman Hanson.
Here. Senator Buck.
Senator Buck.
Here. Senator Dondero Loop.
Senator Dondero Loop.
Here. Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod.
Here.
Assemblywoman Hardy.
Here.
Assemblywoman Miller. Chair Dennis.
Here, thank you. We do have a quorum. Because we've got maybe perhaps some folks that have never been to one of our interim committee meetings, I just want to take a minute. We're going to go into public comment in just a second. And just so you know, there's going to be multiple opportunities this evening. Normally we don't do that because we don't have enough time, but tonight we've set aside time to be able to take input. And so you're going to have an opportunity to give public comment in just a minute, and then we're going to have some presentations. And as we have those presentations, we're going to have questions from the committee. But then anybody in the public that would like to ask questions or give comments, I'm going to allow that this evening because we really want to get that information. And then at the very end, we'll have another public comment. The only thing I ask is if somebody's already said exactly the same thing you're going to say, just say, hey, ditto, and I agree with that or whatever. That way we can, if you've got some specific things, we'll have time to do that. And so anyway, so just want to give you a heads up. And the other thing that's important that you understand, we are not going to be voting on anything tonight. This meeting is really to get information about this specific topic, which is the governance of school districts via school boards. And so we're going to talk about different options that we have this evening when it comes to that. And so I want to make sure that we get all the information. It'll make it easier when we get to session to be able to have discussions about this. So, and I appreciate all those that have offered to give presentations this evening. And we want everybody that wants to participate. I just ask that try to be as concise as you can so that we can let everybody have that opportunity. So with that, a couple other housekeeping items, because some of this might be new for some of you. As you saw during roll, we have 5 of us here that are on the committee. We have 2 that are online, and we have 1 member and one of our alternates who has been participating in this. That's Assemblywoman Natha Anderson. And so we have 2 more legislators in Carson City, So if you have electronic devices, please put them to silent so that we don't interrupt the meeting. And then the one thing that I need to make sure, when you speak this evening, if you'll come forward when I ask for it and sit at one of the seats here, same thing in Carson City or online, you'll be given access. Make sure that when you're speaking, start out identifying yourself. If you're just here for yourself, just say I'm John Smith and I'm just here on my own. Or if you're representing somebody, and you need to do that every time you speak. So if you say something and then someone else makes a comment or asks a question and then you respond, I need you to identify yourself again. So that way the record, we know who said what on the record. And then you have to turn the microphone on and off as you speak. So just remember that you have to push the button. For those that are here in Carson City, you have to push the button. You'll see the light come on, then you can speak. If we can't hear you, I'll just remind you. And if you forget to identify yourself, I'll just remind you too. Also, you have the sign-in, and I saw that many of you signed in, so appreciate that. Meeting materials received prior to the meeting have been uploaded to the committee's webpage. So if you prefer, our materials are available on the legislative website. In addition, we have some copies here that you can look over. And then you can receive electronic notifications of our committee's agendas, minutes, and final reporting by signing up on the Nevada Legislature's website. And please note that during the committee meeting, the Zoom chat feature for those that are on the Zoom is only used for technical assistance from broadcast and production services. So with that, we're going to head and start with public comment. I think I'm going to do it in this order. I'll start here in Las Vegas, and then we'll go to Carson City, and then we'll go to those that are online. You can also, in addition to that, and some of you have already done this, you can provide testimony here in person. Some you can call in. You can email comments and to edinterim@lcb.state.me.us, and that's available on our materials as well as online. And then you can also mail just regular mail, just send them into the research division. So I do limit public comment to 3 minutes so that we can get to everybody. And additional opportunities, as I mentioned, to make public comment is going to be available at the end. So public comment at the beginning and the end, and you can actually comment on anything. However, if you start giving comment that's a personal attack on somebody or that kind of thing, I may stop you. we just want to make sure we can move forward and that we're getting comments that will help us as a committee to be able to, as we move forward and understand what your concerns are and that kind of thing. So with that, and those, when we do get to the remote part, our broadcast and service staff will interact with you for those of you that are going to call in online. So I'm going to begin here in Las Vegas, and so anyone wishing to give public comment here before we start, and as I mentioned, you're going to have also the ability during the presentations to ask questions, but anyone that just wants to give general comments at this point, if you would come forward. And there's 2 seats there, so if you'll just fill those up, and then when they finish, just fill in, right, as soon as they... So why don't we start on my left? You're be the person on the right here, yes. And you just have to push the button and begin your comment. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vicki Kreidel. I'm a veteran CCSD teacher of 10 years and president of NEA of Southern Nevada. This is an extremely important topic for a host of reasons, but mostly because it's misguided and won't actually solve the most important issues facing public education in Clark County or Nevada. Since I've been attending board meetings for a number of years, there were always some disagreements amongst them, as there is with any governing body, even this one. Like you all, trustees are regular Nevadans, and there will always be personality differences, as well as policy differences. It is inevitable, however, that those disagreements, whether personal or policy, are simply not enough to do away with the elected trustee system. I'd like this committee to note when we all began hearing about this issue. Sure, there's been a couple of minority party bills over the years, but nothing that got a hearing or had any traction. All of a sudden, in 2021, this became a bigger issue, and you have to ask why. Then ask who is advocating for this the strongest. Prior to 2021, we've had trustees with issues and indiscretions. For example, we had one trustee who wasn't even allowed on a CCSD campus without adult supervision. Was this idea proposed then? No. The point is, what has changed? With the election of trustee Lisa Guzman, an organization became a full-blown push for appointed school boards. It's that simple. The group, under its current executive director, has never made a peep about trustees who weren't allowed on campus without supervision. They've never spoke out against the rampant online bullying of teachers from anti-public education trustees. CCA is not trying to get appointed boards in an effort to remove those types of voices, and that's notable. Instead, they spend time attacking trustees Cavazos, Guzman, and Ford, who are consistently in the minority for policies and decisions that would legitimately help educators in CCSD. They've never been silent about their dislike for those 3 women, and that's why we're here today. This push for an appointed board is based on 2 things: hatred for particular trustees and a need to control. It's all about political manipulation. This hearing today aids them in that manipulation. This standalone idea failed during the last legislative session, but was then buried in larger unrelated bill during another secretive process that shut out stakeholders in the final hours of the session. True remedies for the dysfunction lie far outside of appointing members. For example, we could allow teachers to serve on the board, as we're the only ones who are excluded. That expertise is missing, and that change could benefit the district far more than a political appointment. We should be moving towards more democracy, not less. I've looked at several studies of appointed boards versus elected boards. I saw no data that supported appointed school boards over elected. It even appears the trend away from appointed boards to elected boards. Appointed boards also have the consequence of making the community feel as if they have no voice within their own school district. As a veteran educator, please do not support or recommend a transition away from elected school board to appointed school boards. From equity issues to our teacher shortage, we have far more important matters to be working on than this. Most importantly, appointed school boards will not improve student outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Dennis and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kenny Belknap. I'm a high school social studies teacher in the Clark County School District, and I serve as the CCEA treasurer. I'm here today to speak about our school boards here in Nevada and why it's long overdue that changes are made to the makeup of these boards. You don't have to look very long or very hard to see that the school board in the Clark County is a dysfunctional mess and lacks any resemblance of a functional board. If you've been unlucky enough to sit through one of their meetings in the last year, you would have witnessed the turmoil. There's no structure to these meetings. Board members regularly attack each other while on the dais. They rarely ask questions of value and spend almost no time reviewing student data, setting goals, and tracking the progress of their goals. A school board is supposed to be the public oversight of taxpayer dollars being spent to educate our children. And when you have dysfunction like we do, there is no oversight, and the district leadership is left to do as they please and answer to no one. Over the last several legislative sessions, CCA has worked with many of you to increase the state's investment in education, work that has resulted in a significant investment by this body, like an additional $500 million you added to the pupil-centered funding formula last session, as well as the historic tax increase on mining that goes to education starting this next calendar year. All of us here know that even with the funding that's been added, it isn't enough to put Nevada's children on equal footing with the rest of the nation. The Commission on School Funding has reported that it will take an additional $200 million in new funding every year for the next 10 years to bring us up to the national average. This work is already challenging enough to find revenue sources to fund our schools, but it's made even more challenging with the circus that CCSD puts on every 2 weeks, undermining the trust the public has in them to spend those dollars appropriately. It's long overdue that we change the makeup of this board to mirror an education board that is highly affected in their oversight and spending of taxpayer dollars, the Nevada State Board of Education. That board is made up of both appointed and elected officials and do great work to ensure that the money that they're trusted with by the public is spent in a responsible and effective manner. The way that the CCSD Board of Trustees have conducted themselves has eroded the trust of the public and the educators that work for the district to dangerously low levels. Their conduct does not reflect the value of the public and the balance that a hybrid board would have in bringing both expertise and trust to execute the primary responsibility of the board, making sure our kids are educated. This is why I believe we must have appointed positions added to our local school boards, because if our electeds won't be the adults in the room, we need to put someone in the room to ensure that our students get the best possible education with the funding that this body provides them. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. I just need to make one comment. I want everybody to be able to make their comments, but we don't allow comments from those sitting out there. So no cheering, no jeering, all of that. You need to be respectful of everybody that's speaking. So if you would please follow that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Kinsley. I'm one of the mothers from My Children's Advocate. I agree with the woman who spoke before me, actually. We do see eye to eye on something. I couldn't fathom why you guys would even suggest appointing people to the school board when really the school district should be broken up as a whole. That should be more of a focus. We're 2 years into the most blatantly stolen election we've ever had, and now you're trying to just take away our right to vote because we don't like who you provide to vote for. That when we do vote for people, it doesn't work out the way we think. We're unhappy with our school board members. I went to school in my entire career through CCSD, K through a bit of college. I don't have all the degrees you guys have, but I need somebody to explain to me how educated people gave up their free mind and said that covering your face and hindering your oxygen is healthy for people and not harmful. So these same people, when the parents are upset that you're forcing masks, unhealthy masks on our children, unhealthy experimental vaccines in children, you guys want to put abortion clinics into our schools. Our teachers' unions spend 5 times more on supporting Democratic groups such as Planned Parenthood than they do on their teachers' retirement funds. So it's more important that Margaret Sanger's hopes and dreams of a genocide get played out than teachers having a retirement fund. CCSD is obviously too big for you people to handle. I need somebody to explain, because I've only worked in the private sector. I've always had to have my jobs based off meritocracy. So just being paid more than the last guy to fail worse than the last guy, like our current superintendent, it baffles me. I don't understand, but when I was given a location I had to take over and fix, I was given 3 months to show a turnaround and improvement. So how of decades, because I'm 40, I went through K through 12, let's give you guys that, and you're still failing. And I'm just so impressed that now you just want to take away parents' rights to even vote as a whole. And I do see the common denominator with stolen elections being Democrats. And I need to ask why. Why do Democrats want to fund Planned Parenthood and fund the Black genocide? Why do Democrats want to give my tax dollars to Ukraine? Why do Democrats want to tax us more during inflation? Like, I don't understand you people, and I just need some help. So if you could help me out with that, I'd appreciate it.
Can you just spell your name, because we missed it at the beginning?
Kinsley. Stephanie Kinsley.
Stephanie, was that your first name?
Stephanie.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Kinsley.
Thank you.
If you need to stop by my house, it's the one with the solid black American flag.
Wait, I'm just, as I mentioned early before it, I'm just trying to get the record straight, and when you began, we couldn't hear it, so thank you. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
My name is Lorena Cardenas with My Children's Advocate, and as a mother who advocates for the best interest of her children, I am here to voice my discontent with yet another attempt, another power grab from the Democrat Party. This issue is not nonpartisan, as it has always been Democrats who seek to remove the voice of parents who disagree with their decisions. I have experienced it firsthand, as the CCSD school board has always censored, cut mics, and have had parents removed for conservative content they disapprove of, when it's literally been their job to sit there and listen. Now the discussion tonight is to further remove our voices by changing the composition of school board and the way they are selected. They are selected by the will of the people. Why would you want to change that? Can you sense your impending doom at the ballot box in November? Also, how are we supposed to believe that this decision will be neutral and nonpartisan when the presentation includes representatives of CCEA, the largest teachers union in Nevada, who just recently in this election cycle alone endorsed 27 candidates, and 25 of those 27 were Democrats? When the legislation attempts to remove the voice of we the people, the only change that needs to occur is in the legislation itself. Get out and vote in November. Give this legislative body an overhaul. Save our voice and save our country. Vote Republican across the board. Feel free to fact check my t-shirt. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Go ahead and press the button. You have 3 minutes.
For the board and the rest of the audience, my name is John Christian Carlo, aka the Ghost Patriot. I'm very well known in the community. I was a former candidate for school board trustee. I am my race was nonpartisan, and I really like that because I'm really I was raised in the South, so I'm really neither Democrat, neither am I Republican. I'm really a Confederate. I'm a Bible believer in Jesus Christ, and before my election was over, I did try to be as bipartisan as I could be. I'm multicultural. I speak 3 languages. I have a bachelor's degree. I did master's studying, and I went to trade school. So I'm a big proponent of education, and I recognize also some Latin Chamber of Commerce members behind me. And really, I think a lot of people know me here. But here, I would like this interim committee to think about James Otis and Patrick Henry and other founding fathers as they popularized the phrase, taxation without representation is tyranny. And so our country was founded upon this principle that as long as you're taking my money, we want transparency with that money, and we want proper representation of the people. I do believe with all my heart that this is more like a communist, becoming like a communist country when we take away the people's right to vote. And even as the first lady who came up here to spoke mentioned this as she wanted more democracy. I think that's what we want. We want more democracy and less communism in this country. And also, this committee should know that the NRS 241.020 talks about posting an open meeting 3 days, 3 prominent places. And I believe as many students as we have, 300,000 students, how many parents are not coming to these meetings? I mean, I dare to ask in Carson City, I mean, how does the room look there? Is it full or is it not full? But I can tell you at our board meetings, at the Board of Education meetings, those rooms are almost empty sometimes. So there's a major lack of attendance. And also, we want more financial transparency. I realize that legislators, state legislators CCSD is asking for $200 million per year for the next 10 years, but there's very little transparency that CCSD is showing the legislators. And so you guys should know about that. But actually a better move, instead of trying to appoint people, we should actually try to break up CCSD. California does it. I mean, guys, I'm not the only one who believes this, but this is very nonpartisan. And I just want to thank you guys for giving me some time, and everyone who came out tonight. I appreciate you guys coming out, and I'm actually very thrilled to see how many people are here tonight. But thank you guys. I hope you all have a good one.
Thank you very much. And you can't see the audience there. My understanding is there's actually a lot of people up in Carson. So thank you. Anyone else wishing to give public comment here in Las Vegas? If you'll come forward. There's 2 seats here, so if anybody else wants to come up, you'll come up. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
My name is Michelle Mcphee, and I would pose the question, whose children are being taught? If they're being taught by parents, then I think parents should have a voice on who serves on the board by being able to elect those representatives. If, on the other hand, Nevada believes they own the children, then no wonder they would suggest that they should be making appointments for the board. I think that our Constitution recognizes that children belong to their parents. And I think that parents should have the right to at least be able to elect board members, representatives for the school district. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And did you, okay, go ahead. And you need to push the button. Oh, sorry. There you go.
There you go.
Thank you.
Camila Bywaters, president of the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators, and I'm also the co-chair for education for the National Action Network Las Vegas chapter. And I thank you so much for having this conversation with the community. It is well needed. We've been waiting for a conversation like this so that we can come before our leaders so that we can make very important decisions about education. LAVAPSI has been one of the organizations that has been on the forefront of education for the past couple of years and revamping our organization. And we recognize that there are a lot of equity issues with our students. We do not blame our current leaders, our current trustees, or our current superintendent for the low state of achievement that our students are in, but we do recognize that we do need leaders in place who have the ability, the capability, and the skills, the willingness, and the compassion to move our educational system forward. We need your help, and this conversation is needed. I do ask, as a leader of the community and as an individual in an organization that has numerous conversations with parents, with teachers, that we continue to have a well-rounded conversation and think about the pros and the cons, the advantages and disadvantages for the decision that we're going to make regarding how we're going to handle selecting our trustees and superintendents. At this time, we know that we have consistently been, our educational system has consistently been at the bottom. And it seems as though our educational system has been a cash cow. And the funding, we have not had transparency around how funding is being used to increase student achievement. And as achievement is horrible for all of our students, you can guarantee that it's even more severe for Black students and for Hispanic students and for students who are poor. We really need a change. And one thing that is apparent, we know that school boards are being used to really disrupt and dismantle democracy. We need you to step in. We need you to really consider what the community, what students and what parents are saying on how you can help to support us and save our state, save our education so that we can save our students and ensure that they have the best possible life forward. Right now, with what we have, we are failing. And as a state, the state of Nevada, we can do much better by stepping in and ensuring that we put proper plans in place to ensure that we have accountability for our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm William Graham Carter. I'm sort of a third-generation Nevadan. My mother was born in 21 in Tonopah, where her father was principal of the Tonopah School of Mines. He was a 1910 graduate of the Mcphee School of Mines and also on the America's rugby team. They represented America and went to New Zealand and Australia and got their butts kicked by people who knew what they were doing. I love to kind of break kneecaps. People say, oh, I got here in 86. I said, well, we got here in 67. Pause, the second time. I got here when I was 4 years old. My dad was part of the crew that reopened Nellis. I got to see the first flight of the Thunderbirds. I saw Spike Jones for my 7th birthday. And I'm dismayed to have watched Clark County School District be so horrible my entire life. You used to have your logo on the side of your vehicles was an A+, and I go, false advertising, sue them. It's never been good. Back then, it was cheaper to pay off the commissioner than for the casinos to pay taxes. And after my mom died, my dad and I sat in the living room and got to know each other, and on the news it came, one of the commissioners had been popped for taking a $5,000 bribe. My dad says, we never got him so cheap. I think that corruption is kind of a Nevada tradition. As you, I'm sure, know, the marijuana laws were passed with a promise that this is going to go to education. And of course, it went into the general fund the first year. There was $800 million that the schools didn't get. Schools have always been the last thought on the minds of the legislators. We've always had the worst school district in the world. I do remember being at Nellis. I was in kindergarten. I remember doing the exercises like this. I didn't touch the paper. I think I was a lefty and they were turning me into a righty. Anyway, I do have a friend who is an English teacher who tries to teach English. Her take is that the Clark County School District and also in California, so people by politically correct people that she can't teach. She tries to teach English and we're talking about pronouns and that kind of stuff. And I think that I agree with the last lady who said who's being taught. It's the kids who are being taught. They belong to the parents. You're wanting to take away another level of our ability to choose. This is, again, I don't know if the lady said Democrats want that. I don't know if you're Democrats or not, but in the history of America, there's been an argument of federalism versus local representation, states' rights versus a big, powerful federal government, and I favor the parents having a choice, because there's no place in the world worse than Las Vegas for it's who you know. And you may have all these, they've got to qualify this way and that way, and then somebody's going to go, oh, my buddy Joe needs a job. And cronyism exists more in Nevada than anywhere else in the world. And I just really think that the parents should be the guides of their children's education. And thank you for listening.
Thank you. I just want to clarify one thing, because every time I hear this, I want to make sure that folks understand on the marijuana money, it was closer to $300 million, and it actually was put back. It was put into the education system. So when people say that it didn't go to education, that is not correct. It was just delayed by 2 years because it wasn't approved by the legislature when it originally passed. I don't want to hear any comments from the audience. Are
you saying I'm mistaken?
Yeah, you're mistaken only on the fact that the money did go to education.
Is it still going to education?
Yes, correct. It's still going to education.
I heard it was going into the general fund.
No. We have a new education, formula that's been created, and all the money that's set aside for education is going to education. So,
well, I don't care how much money you put into this school district. You've got to, the Taliban has all these weapons. We've got to knock the building down.
Well, I'm not going to comment on that.
Let the principal run the school. Let her do the hiring. We don't need all this big. I'm a problem solver. I had a friend who timed out in California, came over here and was having trouble. I contacted Mr. Jarrett's office. I came away going, they're aligned against the teachers, and they're aligned against the students.
Right.
So they're just.
I just wanted to clarify that one thing, just to make sure, because
I never shut up.
Okay. That's what we want to make education better, and we want to make sure that money for education is going to education, and that's one place that I know because I worked on that. So, go ahead when you're ready. Push the button so that we can hear you.
Thank you so much. My name is Danielle Ford. I attended CCSD starting in kindergarten. I am a parent of CCSD students. I'm currently an elected CCSD trustee, and I will share some reflections from that role, but I am here speaking as an individual concerned citizen, and my comments do not reflect the entire board. I care deeply about CCSD, about Nevada, about the students in it. I have now 17 nieces and nephews who are either in or going into CCSD. And from my experiences with the district, I will say from being a student to being a trustee, there are so many people that care deeply, and everybody in this room is here because they care about education. So I think there is a way to come up with some solution where everybody can get on board with. I wanted to share that local school boards were created initially to ensure that the political swings every election cycle at the federal and at state levels do not trickle into the schools, and so that local communities would always have a voice in how education was being delivered to their kids. In the nearly 4 years that I have been on the school board, I will tell you that there has not been a single training, not one single one, or even a mention that I can recall about the board's fiduciary duties. There has not been a single training on effective leadership or communication strategies. We have not had a thorough training on Robert's Rules of Order or any parliamentary procedures. No training on the reorganization. I have a couple suggestions to consider that maybe we could all consider and I'll talk about before considering taking away the people's right to elect their local officials. The first one would be to mandate that trustees receive direct training annually from the National School Boards Association, which should include federally obligated duties so that trustees know whether or not what is being told to them regarding their role is congruent with how all other boards are operating, and so that trustees know that they're making decisions that reflect the intent of the Constitution. The second thing to consider to solve these problems is whether or not the intent is really to give the public at large more control over how schools operate And if that is the intent that everybody wants, then perhaps we should consider first changing the law so that the superintendent becomes publicly elected at large. This change would ensure that everybody, all parents, all teachers, all school staff would have a say in who runs the operations of the district. And local communities could continue to elect representatives from their respective districts to provide oversight, accountability, and transparency, so that all voters could then continue to decide whether to re-elect that superintendent or not. The bottom line is that there is absolutely no data, I've looked for it, that shows that either a fully appointed or a hybrid school board is more functional than an elected one. There are better solutions to consider before deciding to change from elected to appointed school boards and deciding to take away the people's power. Thank you.
Trustee Ford, thank you for taking time to be here with us today. Appreciate those suggestions. And actually, I will mention as we move through the meeting today, we're going to hear about different things. Not a lot of people have been talking about appointed school boards, but there's other things that we've been talking about. So we are going to talk about those this evening. And then there's going to be an opportunity for any additional suggestions for folks to be able to give some comment. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Carolyn St. John. Okay, at the end of the day, this is about the children. The state of Nevada is 49th in education, and you're asking that the school board be appointed and not elected when the people are clearly not happy with the school board. We just had a primary. I don't believe they were elected. I think they're hated. I don't know who would have voted for them. I think we're going to find out, if we get a good judge on Friday, that the election was wrought with fraud. I was at the commissioners' meeting, and at least 100 people spoke about the anomalies in the election. And right afterwards, well, I think they voted the day before, but they voted again and laughed at us. So if we don't have power there, when it's not about the children directly in the schools, what makes you think we're going to have power in front of an appointed school board that's already ignored the will of the parents that have come to the school board meetings and really poured their hearts out about special needs children that couldn't wear masks or shouldn't wear masks because they couldn't learn? And I don't think we still have a count on how many children lost their lives because they lost their sports futures because the schools were shut down, or they were just so miserable not being with their friends, and the damage that the COVID hoax caused everyone. I mean, seriously, wake up, people. The people are not going to tolerate the lies anymore. California is wondering where their children are when they went back to school because nobody wants to put them in the schools. What are you going to do when there's no money? I just cannot believe that human beings are not more thoughtful about human life, and even when it comes to children. I mean, if we were talking about dogs, people would probably be flipping out. You know, there would be nobody here wanting to do anything against dogs or puppies, but yet we do this to children. They're the most important asset we have. They're precious. They're innocent. No one needs to be telling them about CRT to hate each other. No one needs to be telling them about LGBT, elemental PQ, whatever, in the classroom. That's disgusting. That's influencing a child's imagination. That's influencing their behaviors, and it's confusing them. It sickens me. End the madness. Don't be a part of it. Don't be a part of it anymore, because our Savior is watching, and he's going to protect these kids. If we can't do it, he's coming, and he's going to do it for us.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Buenas tardes. My name is Fernando Romero. I am president of Hispanics in Politics. I have two words: public education. Public education meaning that we, as a public, as a people, are the ones that elect our elected officials. Officials should not be appointed by anyone. They should all be elected by the people. I ran for school board because I felt that the trustee who governs or is over our District D had not even visited one of the 76 schools in all her time that she has been on. And at the last minute, I put my name into the ring. And I respect the fact that the public did not vote for me. However, had somebody been appointed to the position, I would have lost anyway. Because I'm here to tell you that one of my opponents is related to an individual who's an elected official. One of my opponents would have been named instead of having been elected. And by the way, that individual did not win. Let me tell you too that the various organizations that interviewed some of the candidates went in with predetermined notions as to who they were going to select to endorse. In 1998, I was voted into the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce Leadership Program. I was number two of 41 individuals who was voted in. I am a Leadership Las Vegas graduate, 1998. Yet, when interviewed by the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce, I was not even considered. Mind you, this is their premier program. And yet they voted to nominate an individual who had never visited even one school within her district. That's who they endorsed. There was an organization of past trustees that also interviewed me. The chairman of that particular panel is a past president of a school board. She was instrumental in having the present superintendent named to that position. And she knows that I'm not in agreement with that superintendent because we are still number 49 in nationwide as far as education. That individual has been here 3 years. He was without a job, supposedly, for 28 days, yet he sued us for $2.4 million. And yet he was brought back in, not by the public, but by people who have a lot of influence, a lot of money, and whose children more than likely never even have been inside a public school. Yet, at this point, I see where maybe this body may be considering the possibility of appointing a public official, and that is wrong. And the reason, too, is that you have all these multimillionaires fighting for vouchers, fighting for charter schools, fighting for the $2 billion budget that is out there that most of us do know nothing about. As has been brought up, our students are suffering.
Romero, I need
our
you to,
teachers are
just to
suffering.
be fair to everybody, I need you to wrap up because I'm only giving everybody.
Thank you, and I will wrap up by saying that back to that teachers that past board presidents and members again voted for an individual who has done nothing for the district but be somebody who is led around by the money people. Public education, please, public people, vote. Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take this last one here. Go ahead and come up. We're going to take these last two, and then I'm going to go to Carson just to give them a chance to be able, because I know we have a lot of people in Carson City that wish to speak. So let's finish these two. I'll come back after we're done just to see if there's any more. But I'll mention once again, there's going to be multiple opportunities on specific issues as well as at the very end. So go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jamie Tidrinsky. I'm speaking as an individual. I am a public school teacher in Clark County, Nevada. Yesterday started my 8th year in the district and my 11th year as an educator overall. So let's talk about money for a little bit. I don't have any because I'm a public school teacher and I have Teachers Health Trust. So there's no money here. There's no money for me to wing at opponents. So I get to know elected officials. I get to know their stances. I get to know what they believe. I get to know how they'll vote on issues that really matter to me. And we throw around the number 49 a lot as well. I'm aware that we're 49th in the nation. Everyone here is 49th in the nation. And I think it's really easy to get bogged down in the ugliness of that number and to ignore the good that is still there. I have some of the most amazing students that come through my classroom every single day. I've invited public officials several times. Only a few have shown up. But my kids do amazing things with very limited resources. And I saw that. So that's why 2 years ago, I ran for my school's SOT, and I was elected. And then I was reelected. So I'm now finishing out my 2nd term as SOT, and I'm likely going to run for a 3rd term. We've had a lot of turnover at my school. There's 40 new teachers on campus. I hope we get new blood on the SOT, but I also think it's really important to have someone who's been there and who's seen it. But as a member of the SOT, we get to see the budget. We actually approve the budget. So in the budget at Canyon Springs, where I work, we approved a lot for safety measures. We approved money for better cameras for safety on our campus. We approved money for fences to protect our campus. We poured a lot of money into that. And then the district came back and said, hey, safety is a crisis issue. We're actually going to cover a lot of that. So here's your money back. So now we're sitting on money and we're trying to think, well, what do we do with this? So we upgraded a lot of the technology for our teachers so that our kids have better opportunities in our classroom. But sitting as a member of the SOT, being at that school for 5 years, there are certain things that certainly have not been approved in our budget. For example, there's not a single line item that will provide for us to build an abortion clinic on campus. You're not going to find that in a single CCSD school, not a single CCSD school, not a single school in Nevada. And I think when we're talking about our students and doing the best and providing that and looking at the financials and looking at who comes to support our kids, we also have to look at the people who come with ulterior motives. And that's certainly very prevalent in education. From the things that come out of people's mouths to the clothing they decide to wear en masse, we see that all the time. Not everyone who says they're for kids are for kids. And I think we need to be very careful about that. And if I want to touch on the school board, I'm not in favor of an appointed board. All right, we elect the people that we think should represent us. And if they don't represent us, we vote them out. It's one of the fundamental things I teach students in my classroom, in my clubs. I've had kids come in and say, hey, I'm the president of Key Club this year. I said, no, you're not. We're going to have an election. And you know what? That kid didn't win, because his classmates did not vote him to be the president. Because he walked in and said, I'm this position. I said, not unless your classmates say so. And that's a lesson that he had to learn early on, and that's a lesson that I hope he takes on throughout the rest of his life. When we say we're going to appoint boards, you're appointing points of view. You're appointing a voice that's going to say what you want them to say, not what the people want them to say. There's a real danger in that. I'm not happy with all of our trustees.
So I need you to wrap up.
Okay. I can just leave it there. I'm not happy with all of our trustees, but an elected board is way to go. Appointment is not where it's at. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being a teacher. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chairman Dennis and members of the committee. My name is Linda Cavazos, and I am speaking tonight as an individual. However, in full disclosure, I am presently the District G trustee for the Clark County School District. In regard to the agenda topic tonight and at the previous meetings, my first query would be, what is our goal here? What is our intention? Speaking from my individual perspective, the end result of a complex conversation about possibly changing the composition of our school boards needs to have a definitive and collaborative end goal of improving the educational opportunities afforded to our students. With anything that less, then we are again just looking possibly at private interests, personal agendas, and political gamesmanship, to be perfectly candid. Addressing the question at hand, we must absolutely look at the value of having a democratically elected school board. Let me pause for just a moment to repeat that phrase. A democratically elected school board of trustees who are elected with the expectation that they will not only represent the interests and concerns of the voters who elected them, but who will be strong advocates for all their constituents, students, families, educators, and the diverse communities that make up the entire district. With that elected official status comes specific job responsibilities in this position, setting the vision, direction, and goals of the district and monitoring those goals regularly, staying informed on policy, governance, and board protocols, hiring and evaluating the superintendent with informed oversight regarding operations, adhering to fiduciary duties in regard to approving an annual budget and other fiscal concerns, and lastly, the truly most difficult category, doing all of the aforementioned with transparency and accountability. Sorry, having trouble with my eyes here. While serving as community leaders who are accessible to the people. Trustees should be positive role models who are a direct reflection of their communities, advocating at all times for ways in which to advance student achievement while exhibiting professionalism, civil collaboration skills, and effective communication. I do not believe that shifting to an appointed school board will miraculously be a panacea for the problems that are currently on display. I think that a better option is more stringent and structurally logical requirements for school board trustees, such as a background check, as all our employees are required to do. Pre- and post-election training, completion requirements, including foundational reviews in budgets, open meeting law, collective bargaining, governance policy and structure, curriculum and personnel basics, and something that is of paramount importance to me, ethics, with specific consequences if the last category is violated. In closing, I'd like to say our present school culture, both locally and nationally, is in disarray. Turning over the composition of the school board and removing the diverse voices of the people will not solve the situation. I believe that it will exacerbate it. Currently on school boards in many districts, including our own, the trustees' own voices are being gradually eliminated. Let's not do that to the voters in our communities. They deserve viable solutions, not exclusion. Thank you so much for your time.
Trustee Cavazos, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Carson City. I can't see the audience there, but if you'll come up, I think there might be 3 microphones there in Carson City. So if you'll, is that true? I'm going to rely on my assembly folks in Carson to tell me.
Chairman Dennis, they're coming to the table. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. See, why don't we start with, let's see, it would be on my right. I think it's the left. As you're looking at the dais, the person on the left, you'll start first.
My name is Valerie Fianaka. I live in Reno. I have been attending school meetings for the last 2 years without fail. So I don't know everything there is to know about Washoe County School District, but I've been a keen observer for the last 2 years. My first question is, what does the law say? Is there a law that has to be changed or passed? And I also would say, I watched one of our current appointees to our school board, Adam Mayberry, do an interview with the Washoe Dems and the South Washoe Dems. And during that interview, he stated out loud that he felt that these should be appointed positions. I should have had my radar go up right at that instant when he said that, because he's been a public servant his entire career, and I didn't hone in on that at the moment, but that should have spoken volumes to me at the time. This takes parents more out of the loop, in my opinion, than they are currently, and they're very much out of the loop right now. You can't just walk into your kid's school without going through a background check, through a whole hoopla of things. You can't just walk into their classroom and talk to a teacher like you could in my day. In my opinion, the school districts should be made smaller in order to bring the control closer to the communities they serve. It is my understanding that this was legislated sometime in the past during the tenure of Senator Maurice Washington, but was never carried out. For what reason, I'm not sure. The beast is out of control, in my opinion. I've watched a lot go on in our school district. And giving the government more control is not the answer, in my opinion, either. Smaller districts are the answer. Break them up. Give control back to the communities they serve and the parents they serve. It's the only way to go. I heard one gentleman speaking, and he said there are 76 schools in that's one district in Las Vegas. That's obscene. That's insane. I can't even imagine that. It's almost as bad in Washoe. We don't have as out of control situation there. We don't have the carryings on, I don't believe, at our school district, but it's still bad. We have $1 billion budget at our school district, and that is just mind-blowing that we've got 7 people controlling $1 billion budget. It's bigger than our county budget. I just think it's out of control, and this is a bad idea, a really bad idea.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person going to the right there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
This is Casey Rogers. I have a lot to say, actually, because we all know what communism looks like. We've learned it from history. We know how many millions and millions of people have been killed because of it, and yet you guys keep trying to implement it more and more and more, bringing bills ahead of things. None of you are listening to any of the public comment. You're looking at me now for like the first time. Do you remember the first 10 people that spoke? I doubt you could repeat anything that they said. Just like Jennifer right here, sitting there looking at her paperwork, trying to act like she's multitasking. Are you paid employees doing anything that you should be doing? If I was the lawyer over here, I'd be telling you what your job was. Your job is that you work for us. Do you not know that? Okay? Dennis,
Ms. Rogers,
the chair,
Ms.
Dennis,
Rogers, just
real quick.
just,
No, I'm speaking. I have freedom of speech.
They are staff.
No, I will report a
They are staff.
I know that they're staff.
We're
but,
the electeds, right?
So what are you doing? Nobody's listening. Your chair.
Everybody, please be quiet.
Dennis, I have something to say to you.
I'm going to ask BPS to turn it off if you don't stop the discussion.
Dennis, you can't do that. I will report a crime in progress because I have freedom of speech and freedom of expression.
I can
and you
do
keep
that.
trying
I am
to
the chairman,
stop
and
it.
I can do that. So if you'll please, I don't know who's talking there, so the record is not clear. All I can see is you, and I'm hearing somebody else. So I need one person at a time to talk. And right now you have the thing, and your time is running out. So if you would please finish up, and please do not do any personal attacks on anyone. Give your comment and we'll move forward. Thank you.
Shirts are coming and you're a part of it. The brown shirts are coming and you're a part of it. And don't act like you don't know it. I will not stand here and be talked to like that by any chairperson, by any legislative committee that I pay tax dollars to. You understand, Chair?
I am not talking about
I have freedom
your
of
comment.
speech, and while I have it, I will speak. I have freedom of speech.
To me for just one second?
Everybody who wants to clap behind me can clap and do whatever they want because I will report a crime in progress. I will report you for that.
Time is up. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next person. I was trying to give you an opportunity to finish, but you want to have a discussion with me, that's fine. But let's do that offline. We have a lot of people that need to give comment tonight, and I can't have people just talking back and forth. We got to have some kind of order here, or we'll never actually. There's a lot of opinions that are here, and we want to hear those opinions. So, okay. I'm going to ask those that are in the room here to be. I did not interrupt her. Somebody else interrupted, and I'm trying to find out what that is. Now, if you're going to yell out in this audience, I will go ahead and stop this meeting. I'm doing this out of the opportunity
No,
to give people a
I'm
chance
telling
to
you what the
talk.
rules
People-
are. See, we have
Can
a
we
thing called the
please turn microphone
Constitution.
up in Carson
No,
City?
we,
Thank you, BPS. Thank you. So what I'm trying to do here is give people an opportunity to talk. We cannot do that if we have people just going on and on. I tried to give her an opportunity to finish, but she decided she wanted to go on about something else. Her 3 minutes was up. So we are going to move to the next person. If you want to speak at the end, you'll have another opportunity at the end to give public comment. So let's go to the next person. I really am trying to be fair here, and it's not fair to other people if people take up everybody else's time. So let's go to the next person, thank you. And you can fill the seats up there, Carson.
Okay, my name is Charlotte Stewart. I'm a parent. I've lived in Carson for 7 years now. I would have liked to have a speech prepared. However, I spent the last night reading through the 51 pages of the May 3rd meeting. I think after reading that, that's something that we can all agree about is we want more accountability in the school boards. I don't think that bringing in an unelected, appointed person is going to give you accountability. What that will give you is more political. I mean, the position's supposed to be nonpartisan and unbiased. But if you have a Democrat or a Republican that puts that person into their position, then they're going to spend their time trying to appease that person and their agenda. They won't spend the time worrying about the kids or worrying about the parents. The school board should be accountable to the parents and the teachers. There's not a lot of that has went on. And like, I've been to several school board meetings. I've watched a lot of school board meetings from Las Vegas. I believe that the Las Vegas district is so large that they probably should be broken up. They don't listen to the people. The people are clearly frustrated. We're all pretty frustrated because we feel like we're not being listened to. We feel like now nobody's listening to us and they're going to take our vote away from us. We don't even believe that the election was fair. So to have somebody elected like a governor or a mayor in an election that we don't even believe was fair, and then tell that person, oh, hey, you can appoint this person to the school board. That's just ridiculous. And then to top it off, give them taxpayer money? I mean, that's insane. So I'm not okay with that. I think that you shouldn't take away a fundamental right to vote. I think that there should be some sort of an evaluation. There should be some way to evaluate the school board members if they're failing. And I mean, if you have weekly or even once every 3 months, if you've got parents coming in saying, hey, my kid's being discriminated against, my kid's being beat up at school, and the board just sits there and does nothing to the point of where the parents have to call the police because the board won't do anything about it, that's a problem. So there needs to be some sort of accountability, a way to evaluate them. I think that would be, I mean, if you leave it up to the people, that would be great. I know that we can recall them, but that takes a lot of time and effort, and it's just not something that's really real. I know that Florida's like third in the nation, so maybe if we look at how Florida does theirs, that might be an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person.
Good evening. My name is Richard Nagel. I'm a resident of Carson City. I believe the basic problem is that we have a lot of good people and no real direction. There's no continuous quality improvement in our schools. And by farming that out to somebody who is appointed is totally antithetical to fixing anything. Because then again, you'll still have a six-pack without that plastic thing holding them together, and everybody will be on their own agenda. So we need to have a cohesive, continuous quality improvement program mandated in the schools. I'm not, again, one of the things that, a problem that the teachers I've talked to and why they're quitting is because they have to do multiple data entries to satisfy the requirements of unfunded mandates. We have to really, again, look at what is being legislated for these teachers so that they can spend more time in the classroom. There's how many minutes they can spend on English, how many minutes they can spend on, math. Nothing's left over for social studies. And we, again, I think that people have been messing with this for too long, and we need to go back and let the locals have control over that. And again, if you don't like your school board, source candidates. We have done that in Carson City, and there's several candidates we've sourced. Maybe they're not the best people for the job, but I think they'd work really well, and they work really hard. Okay, and their goal is to take care of the children. So I think that's the best thing, is let the people run the system the way it's been. Don't steal our votes. Don't take away from us. Okay? We can enrich this as a group, the system. And the system needs to be enriched. I mean, Benjamin Franklin says we have a democracy if we have a republic if we're vigilant. And we all, as Americans, need to be vigilant and part of this system. And by taking us out of the system, you are desecrating that system. We need to be part of it, and we need to help it work. And by taking us out, taking the populace out of those decisions, you're destroying the system because you're creating more apathy towards it. And at a time where we need more involvement in the system, don't do this. Let us have our elected officials, and let us move forward. Again, criteria-based, skill-based job descriptions and evaluations are the main focus on how to turn a company around. We need to apply those principles to our school systems. We've learned that it works in business. This way we can have our continuous quality improvement. Money is not the answer. It's a cohesive, forward momentum is what we need, and that's where I think we need to go. And I really thank you for your time. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person.
Good evening. My name is Joy Chershensky, and I agree with Richard, but I have a little bit different slant on things. The Nevada Academic Education Standards, which used to be called Common Core, is a failing system. Nevada grade school education is ranked one of the lowest in the nation. Reading and math scores at all levels are in the 30s and 40 percentile and have been this way for quite a long time. This is not acceptable. And the Nevada Legislature continues to pour money year after year into this failing system. School boards follow the policies of the party which controls the legislature and money. It is the legislatures which can improve the education of our children. But they do not. Instead of promoting reading, writing, math, phonics, critical thinking, and a fair and truthful examination of America and world history, and a comparison of our republic with communist and socialist nation, the Common Core education system instead pushes critical race theory, sex education, transgenderism, all intended to harm the family unit and cause division in our communities. Also, the Nevada education of our children is not transparent. Parents are not allowed to voice opposition to what is being taught. Also, the Nevada teachers' unions usually support Democrats, fund Democrat candidates. This is wrong. We need to get teachers' unions out of politics. We must return to
Please.
traditional teaching methods and let the teachers teach instead of depending on computer-generated curriculum which supports communistic ideology. We need to get rid of Common Core once and for all. We need to raise teachers' salaries and reduce administrators' salaries. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, just want to remind in Carson City, we don't allow clapping or we're trying to give everybody an opportunity to speak. Let's go to the next person.
Hi, my name is Meredith Keist. I'm from Dayton in Lyon County. I come from a multi-generational family. I'm helping to raise my grandchildren. And I am concerned about what it's going to be like for them in the schools and what they're going to be learning. I really respect teachers. I really respect the schools. I have worked in the schools as a parapro after retiring as a pharmacist. And I love especially special needs children. I've worked with some of the poorest children I've ever seen in Lyon County. And I just feel like that community really needs a voice, but it needs a voice that's voted in. And it needs to represent those children in that community because those people know what their children need. And I'd also just like to say that I really would just wish we could stick to the basics and let some of these other ethical things be taught in the home. I really feel that the parent is being taken out of some important aspects of education. And I would just like my grandchildren to get a good education on the basics. And, you know, I hope someday we can get music and sports and foreign language. Those are all great things, but there are some aspects that just need to be left to parents, and parents should be voting who are on the school boards. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Let's go to the next.
My name is John Eppolito. I'm a former K-12 teacher. I've had 4 kids that have gone through Washoe County School District, and I'm with Protect Nevada Children. Senator Dennis, thank you for all you've done and continue to do. I agree with many speakers, including at least 3 from Las Vegas. The first lady who spoke, the teacher, Michelle Mcphee, and Trustee Ford in particular, all 3 of those. And the last one from up here, the lady with the red sweater who sat in this seat from Carson City, don't remember her name. Clark County School District. I realize you have some really special local challenges down there. I actually watched the board meetings where I don't watch them very often, but I did watch the superintendent get fired, and then I watched the superintendent get rehired. Somebody said circus. I think that was probably the word. However, Trustee Ford had some excellent ideas on how to make Clark County School Board work better together, and none of those included appointing board members. It sounds like the biggest problem with the school board is in Clark County. Why would you even attempt to, quote, fix the other 16 counties where we don't have these major problems? Fix Clark County. Not by appointing board members, I don't think. I think Trustee Ford had it. Over the last 12 years, I've spent a lot of time at WCSD board meetings, Washoe County. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not saying things are great with Washoe County School District Board of Trustees, but appointing board members will only make things worse. We all know the country is very divided at this point. If the goal is to further divide our communities, appoint board members. If not, please continue to allow parents and community members at the local level to vote for all school board members. You can find 1,500 of us on Facebook at Protect Nevada Children. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eppolito. It's good to see you.
Same here.
Let's go to the next one.
Hi, my name is Shannon Higgins Coley,
And I have been a Nevada resident since 1969. I went through Clark County Schools K through 8, then ended up at Bishop Gorman. And I wasn't planning on speaking, but I did a little research in the time that I've been sitting here, and I found out that over 14,000 over 14,000 school districts in the U.S. 93% are elected. Very few districts are appointed, and they include the failing districts of Chicago, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Boston. And the prevailing reason for those switches from elected trustees to appointed was implemented due to dereliction of fiduciary duties. We do not have that issue here. In 2015, the current Washoe County School President, Angie Taylor, was asked this specific question, whether she believed that that trustees should be appointed. She said, "I don't believe we should take away local voices." I agree with our current school board president, and I believe school boards should absolutely remain local. There are many problems in the Clark County School District, but I don't believe this will solve one of them. The change that is needed is the breakup of Clark County. If you believe that the only answer for Clark County is this, please keep it in that district and do not make the rest of the state suffer for their failures. Do not take away our voice. Thanks.
Thank you. I can't see the full thing, so I don't know, is there another person?
Chair, yes, we have a few more people coming to the table.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and just fill those in. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
My name is Valerie White. I'm from Washoe County. I'm a retired public school teacher of almost 30 years in the public school system. I've worked in large districts, small districts. I've been involved in union leadership as an officer. I've seen the politics in districts from the bottom all the way to the top. I want to talk to you a little bit about unions today because you're going to hear from 3 unions. And my guess is that they are going to be supportive of selecting trustees. And I want to ask you to consider what unions really are before you go that way. Unions are political organizations. I can tell you from experience, their number one priority is protecting teacher pay, teacher jobs, and teacher politics. The unions are political. They're leftist, they're Democrat, they're socialist, they're Marxist. If you don't believe me, just go on social media, look at some TikToks, look at some Instagrams, and you will see the teachers in there bragging about how they're indoctrinating the students with transgender philosophy, with Marxist philosophy, with racial philosophies that are not representative of the communities that they're teaching in. They're abusing their position as teachers. Now, unions stick together. I can tell you as a teacher, if you opposed the political positioning of unions, you couldn't count on their support. You couldn't count on other teachers who are also active in that union to support you if you needed support at your school site. So when these union representatives come and talk to you in this meeting later today and tell you that they are experts in child development, that they're experts in understanding the psychological or emotional needs of students, they're overestimating their abilities. Parents in the community have a better grasp on that than the teachers do. But they will tell you that to get your trust, to make you believe, oh, we better believe them because they know what they're talking about. They're with children all day. Well, I'll tell you, they don't. I've seen it myself. So please, when they speak to you, please consider the source. Consider that they have political agendas that are very leftist. There's no diversity in it. And I don't believe that their number one goal is to provide a good education for students. Now, I'm speaking in generalities. I know there are good teachers out there, and I believe I was one of them. I did the pledge every day. I kept my own politics to myself. I did not indoctrinate. And that's what teachers are supposed to do. I wish more would do it today. Thank you. Please do not support selection.
Okay, let's go to the next person.
Betsy Strasberg. I'm from Carson City, concerned citizen. I've been going to the Carson City School Board for about 2 years now. And I believe that we have a good system here, 75 enrolled students with 7-member school board, nonpartisan. We just had the primary in District 1, so the best 2 ranked choice people went forward to the general election. This is democracy in action. Okay, we don't want selection. In business school, I have 35 years of experience in business, working with Fortune 500 companies, and they tell us that the best support is provided by the people closest to the stakeholders, and that is the parents. And that is the elected officials of the constituents, not the appointees of some unknown somebody somewhere else in the government. I understand that the role of the state board is and is decided by a hybrid model, but in Carson City, the school board it provides the leadership, the guidance, the governance. The superintendent is the implementer of those policies, is the manager of a large organization. We have a $179 million budget, so it's a large organization. So I would like this committee to focus on the effectiveness and accountability of the school board rather than the composition. We have school board trustees who don't even know open meeting laws. How is that possible? Who cannot be a good facilitator of a superintendent contract that he was asked to go and negotiate, and then come back to a board meeting and saying, well, he said, and she said, and this is the email. That is not good negotiation of a contract. So we need more help in educating our board of trustees of what is effective governance and policymaking, and it is not dictated by the selection process. It's the education and the continuous education. And I like the idea of a fixed tenure of a superintendent, and as a elected body, superintendent being an elected position, because we suffered from having the same superintendent for 14 years. And that organization, the school district, has been insulated from outside best practices for those 14 years. We have had superintendents from inside, internal candidates, for the last 4 or 5 superintendents. So it's not 14 years, it's more like 25 years that we have been insulated from best practices. And in that period, we have gone down where our academic proficiencies of our schools is at level 2, which is approaching standards, but not quite there. Our school board trustees talk about the exception students who go to AP and Jumpstart, but it's not the exception that proves the rule. It is the general. I have been a lecturer of Cal State Hayward, so I believe in public education. We can't do without it. We have to improve from our bottom of the ranks to a higher rank, and that we can do by a school board that is effective and who is accountable. Our school board don't even have their goals. They don't have measurable, specific, SMART goals for our superintendent. How can we improve, as Mr. Nagel said, a continuous improvement program if we don't have goals and we don't have a way to measure our progress to those goals? That's where we need to have the focus of this committee, is accountability and effectiveness of the school board, not the selection process. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next call, or the next person.
My name's Tom Hendricks. I'm from Lyon County, Nevada. I'm opposed to appointing school board officials. I believe the people's ability to vote equals accountability to the voters. Without that, who are they accountable to? who will they represent? If they're voted in, they will represent the people. If they're appointed, they will represent those who appoint them. We thereby switch the power to the few and not to the people if we appoint. Who is best to vet the candidates? I believe it's the people. You have a number of people who look at a candidate and decide where their vote is going to go. By appointing, we extinguish the people's voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person.
Greg Claussen. I'm also from Lyon County. This legislature seems to trust the citizens of Nevada to choose members of their legislature, but not their school boards. Why? As this legislature investigates various proposals to take away the voice of the people, some questions to consider. Who will appoint our school boards? So-called experts? Who will be appointed to our school boards? Again, so-called experts? And who will choose our curriculum? Experts? No, no, no. All these so-called experts have given us our broken government schools. In the end, we need more citizen and parent engagement and involvement, not less. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
Good evening. My name is Karen Stevens. I'm retired from the Nevada Department of Education about 9 years ago. I've been going to school board meetings for the past 2 years, and I've been very dismayed by some of the situations that I've seen come up. Training is definitely needed for these people, but I don't believe that we should just dismiss them. Training is the way to go. Give them tools to be good school board members. So I'm in agreement with the majority of the speakers. We, the people, do not want appointed school board members. We want elections. We don't want selections. Don't extinguish our voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? Do I need to remind Carson again, no clapping? It's unfair to, I mean, when we're trying to get people to really be able to give their point of view, you know, you don't, when you're trying to talk to somebody, you don't want them doing that. So that's all what I'm trying to do tonight is to be able to, we want to hear everybody's voices. And you have an opportunity to do that. Anyone else in Carson? I don't see anybody coming forward. Let's go
Chairman Dennis, it looks like, do we have anybody else that wants to come forward? I think we're good.
Okay, we're going to go online now. So if BPS could pull up the first person online.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If you would like to speak in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Hello, this is Janine Hansen, State President, Nevada Families for Freedom. We oppose the appointment of school board members. The purpose of this proposal is to have local school board members appointed instead of elected, is to take away the power of the people, parents, and taxpayers to have a say in the schools they pay for. This proposal is not only undemocratic, it is anti-democratic. Democracy is defined as the government by the people in which the common people are considered as the primary source of political power. Just as the people are awakening to the tragic mess our schools are in, the powers that be are trying to make sure the people's voices cannot be heard. The schools are academic failures. They do not prepare children to be Americans, but indoctrinated woke clones spouting anti-American ideas like critical race theory and anti-family and anti-parent ideas like gender identity. The proposal for appointed school board members is brought forth by ivory tower educrats seeking more control and less oversight of the failing schools. It is proposed by legislators, not parents, taxpayers, or constituents. What we need is more, not less, accountability for the failing schools. Elections are the hallmark of accountability for those who are supposed to serve the public, not the educrats and special interests. Our tax dollars have been squandered on dumbed-down anti-American and anti-family curriculum. The great thing is the public, which has long been asleep, has awakened and now realizes that the public schools have been stolen. And just as this is happening, the proposal comes forth to make citizen scrutiny of schools more impossible. These appointments for school board members will be selected by special interests with preferential treatment, favoritism, bias, not subject to the scrutiny of the ballot, thus squashing transparency. The power of the people is most effective when wielded at the local level. They can actually meet and speak to school board members who live in their own communities. They can call them on the phone and show up at local school board meetings to speak. This proposal is designed to dilute the power of the people. Appointed people are insulated from the people and are not interested in the concerns of the people because they do not represent them. The appointed people will represent the powers that be. This proposal shows contempt for the people and for democracy. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this hearing.
Thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
Good evening. Good evening,
Go ahead.
Chairman and Committee. Okay, good evening, Chairman and Committee. This is Lynn Chapman, State Treasurer of the Independent American Party. We oppose appointment of school boards and a hybrid of appointed and elected school boards. Our school boards in our state are very important to the citizens. The school board controls the school's policies and budgets. They oversee the academic, legal, and financial health of a school district. They hire and evaluate the district superintendent, resolve conflicts, and allocate funds. They represent the public interest and serve the diverse values and needs of their community. The people need to see high academic standards, transparency, and accountability from our school board. We, the people, want what is best for our children and families. Making the decisions for our community is important to us, and using our right as citizens to be able to vote for people to work in our favor is of utmost importance. Previous generations have fought for our liberties, and one of those liberties is the right to vote. Taking away our right to vote for our representation on our local school board is the wrong action to take. Appointment of any board member is one too many. Please oppose the appointment or hybrid of school boards. Leave the important job of choosing our school boards to us, the parents and the taxpayers. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak on this very important subject.
Thank you. BPS, can we go to the next caller? Do we have any other callers?
Yes, we do, Chair. If you would
Okay,
like to speak in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue. Again, that's *9.
Chair Dennis and the committee, my name is Erin Phillips, and I am the president of Power to Parent Union, and I'm also a mother of 5 children who've all gone through public school in Nevada. And I just wanted to call in today because I know that our parents are very concerned about the possibility of this committee changing their mind that they've had, for the last however many years to begin appointing school board trustees. And I've been very much a part of these meetings for the last 7 or 8 years, and I've seen the dysfunction. And Just honestly, someone used the word circus earlier, and I think that is not too far from what we've seen happen, especially over the last 4 years with COVID closures. But what we've also seen is that our parents have been woken up to a lot of what has gone on for many years. They did not realize what's going on, and they've realized that they need to be empowering themselves to advocate for their kids. And when we are seeing parents show up to school board meetings, we know that is an opportunity for them to participate in the democratic process. And if you have appointed trustees over elected trustees, there's really no accountability for those people. Right now, it's not a perfect system, but there are many things we could discuss on how to make it better, and I hope we can have those discussions, especially this upcoming session. But for right now, we need to continue to allow parents and voters to have a voice. And I look at this committee and I think every single person on this committee was elected. Whether you voted for this person or not, everyone on this committee is elected. And we want the same opportunity. We think that our children are really, really important, and they're one of the most valuable resources we have in the state. And parents and community members should have the same opportunity to elect their leaders as we've had to elect our Assembly and Senate leaders as well. So in closing, I would just like to say we are opposed to appointing school board members. We think we should continue to have the opportunity to vote and not disenfranchise parents and voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next caller, if we have another caller.
Chair, you have no more callers wishing to participate in public comment at this time.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm going to come back to Las Vegas because let me just before we do this, how many more do we have that want to give comment at this point? Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let's go through those. I'm seeing a pattern, and remember earlier when I talked about if you're going to say the same thing as everyone else, just say ditto. I don't want to, if you got some other things, especially, we want to make sure you have that opportunity. I just want to make sure we have time to be able to go over the presentation that we have tonight. I think you will see all the different proposals that have been made. So a lot of it has been talked about one specific proposal, but we've had several other proposals which include training and other things. So, and I want to make sure we have an opportunity to get to those. So, why don't we have come up those that wish to give their comment. There's one more spot here in the middle. So if there's thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you so much.
You need to push the button. Sorry. It's good to see you.
Great pleasure for having me here. Thank you for this great opportunity. When you're doing this, man, it really just shows you guys are probably obviously losing because we're waking up. There's all these great minds coming up. So yeah, just keep doing what you're doing because you're really showing what you got. Before I begin, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Dennis, for the nice talk we had several months ago, and I appreciate you handling this meeting. I really like your style. However, when you talk about appointments, there's a couple of people in this room that could learn from you. Who I'm talking.
Just make sure you put your name on the record.
Cyrus Hojati. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm talking about Dondera Loop. Last year, I was just asking some questions about casino corruption. She just walks away. Then I talk.
Okay, Cyrus, let's not turn this into personal attacks on individuals on the committee. Let's talk about the education issues.
Okay. Well, how can I trust you when I saw you, Assemblywoman Miller, and how I got treated in the library, when I wanted to talk about black slavery from the Arab slave trade, you don't let other people.
You're still doing that.
Okay.
Let's not talk about individuals.
My apologies.
Let's talk about.
My apologies. Well, hey, at least, you're giving us light in the tunnel. Keep doing what you're doing. I think the real issue, what I see with the school district, is a symptom of a larger problem, and that is this county structure, which needs to be broken up. This is the only metropolitan area that has one county in the United States. Break it up. It worked in 1935. We need to have multiple counties, and so will the school districts will break up. Or add more trustees, add more commissioners. That's the way I see it. As far as your teaching goes, look, a lot of things you do, we got to do the contrary. We got to teach young people the importance of the nuclear family as opposed to what's going on now. We got to teach women to be more feminine, to be good wives, good moms, get married between the ages of 20 to 27, rather than living this reckless, promiscuous lifestyle or becoming slaves and putting careers as their main focus to large corporations. We got to teach men how to be masculine and good providers and be strong, rather than this thug culture that's being promoted. A lot of things you're doing, keep doing it, because we see that the opposite is really, really true. Yeah, I'm really having a good time. I got to tell you that. But anyway, thank you so much, and look forward to talking to you soon. And those of you who want to keep ignoring me, keep doing it, because you're going to prove people like me right. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the next person.
Hi, my name is Rachel Poina. I don't represent my school, I just represent myself and my experiences. So you know, I'm a public school teacher. The way I came here to Las Vegas, and they know my story, and I'll tell the story because you're gonna hear it. So I came here hired by CCSD as a teacher, public school teacher. This is from experience from various different school districts, and I'll just tell you my experience. I came from 3 years in Compton Unified, and CCSD is a nightmare compared to that. So that's how bad it is here in CCSD. It was so bad that I had to walk away. It was traumatic. I had PTSD, took me years to finally stop having nightmares about it. So that just gives you a backdrop of what you have to listen to as teachers. Another thing, if you're thinking about taking the vote away from the parents or from anybody, any of the voters, I'll tell you right now, there's a lot of people, you're going to bleed a lot more students from CCSD. They're walking away, they're going to charter schools. And they're finding alternative schooling. So please don't do that. You have the trustees here. They're even telling you, don't do it. They had a lot of opposition, and it's amazing that they come to work all the time getting shouted out, which is, fine, but they represent and they represent us. Just so you know, you guys really, really just listen to the people. If you think about taking our voices away, how much more distress that you're going to get. So this alone, just suggesting it, you could hear how many people are upset about it. So if you want to sow distress of, even more so with politicians, this is the one way to do it, by taking their votes away. So please don't do it. And thank you for letting me speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Tom Mcphee, and I'm in Clark County. And my father was a teacher. I have 3 sisters that are a teacher. My wife was a teacher. I have 2 doctorate degrees. We believe in education. However, there's a gentleman that used to live here in Las Vegas. He was an honorary professor at Lee Business School right here at UNLV, Murray Rothbard. He wrote a book called Education, Free, and Compulsory. He knew all about that. He escaped from Poland, where his teachers, his school board members, were all appointed by the party. I would encourage you to read his book and understand what we the people want. We want free elections. We don't want appointed people telling us what we have to believe or what our teachers should be teaching our students. That's a parental authority. It's a usurpation of the divine order. And we would sincerely appreciate you listening to the people. The former speaker here is a witness to the mass exodus from our schools. In some districts across this country, 48% of students are leaving public education. Why? Because they don't like to be dictated to. And so, my 3 sisters, all educators, home educated their kids because of the dictation that is coming down in their districts. And We home educated our children as well. If you want to be able to have an input to education, then I would advise you to allow the parents and the community to continue to elect their school board officials. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next caller.
Thank you. My name is Helen Oseguera. I am also running for a county seat in this county for the election in November. I just want to make a point really quick. You take your right to vote away from the people. You're taking us right into communism. Bottom line, you cannot do that. I am also trying to be an elected official. What if I was just appointed? Would I do a good job? Who knows? But if I was elected by the people, as I promised to the people that I'm going to serve, I will do my job for them, not for an oligarch, not for tyrannical governments, and not for communist governments. We don't live that way in the United States. This is the United States of America. This is not communist China. This is not communist Russia. This is not an oligarch. We do not be ruled by kings and queens. We are ruled by the people. We cannot have people telling us that we cannot elect our officials. That's important to the very bottom line of this country. And what you're doing, and which I think is very suspicious at this point, is we're almost a few months away from an election in November. And what you're doing is proving to the people right now is that you're taking away our vote on a school board that we detest right now, and I can tell you that for sure because I've been to those school board meetings and I see how these school board people act, and they should be removed, every single one of them. And I don't mean just one or two, all of them. They all need to be taken out. However, I do want to make a point. Two of the school board members that are here today, I actually am on their side as far as not appointing school board members. I agree with them on that, which means we can all come to an agreement together to work together and not be subjugated to ruling class. We are not going to be ruled by somebody else. We are the people. We vote for our people that we want in office. That's the bottom line. If you do this, you are only bringing yourself into tyrannical governments. And this is what your goal is at this point, just months away from an election, which is ironic to me, because not only are you taking our voice, you're telling us that you're going to teach our children garbage, sexualizing our children, grooming our children, turning them into anarchists, and turning them into people against their parents. They're going to be going down a very bad, black, distant road to what this country is all about. It's about freedom, and it's about teaching our children about what America is and what our freedoms are, not about giving them what skin color you are or what sexual transition you are or any of that garbage that's being taught in school right now. So what's telling me now is you want to appoint people so you can continue teaching that garbage and not listen to the people. We don't want this stuff in our schools. We want math, English, we want history, American history, constitutional history, and we want our children to be taught how to live as productive citizens, not as somebody sitting on a couch smoking a joint and not doing anything for the rest of their life. And that's what you're going for. And that's what you're doing right now. Our children aren't learning.
I need you to wrap up.
Yeah, our children aren't learning at all. They're not learning. They're all in trouble. And you're worried about appointing a board? Come on, give me a break. Thank you.
And I just want to clarify one thing, because everybody keeps talking about it. We are not voting on anything tonight. There's not anything going to be voted on before the legislative session, which is in February. But we are trying to get information and giving people an opportunity. I'm going to take these last two, and then we're going to go to and there's going to be another opportunity at the end to give public comment. So I'll start here, and then we'll go there. Thanks.
Okay. Judy Leslie. And I do agree with most everybody here that appointing a school board would not help or solve any of the CCDS problems. Someone spoke about CCDSD. I think we should find the 50 million that has gone missing instead.
You need to push the button on your, somehow that turned off.
Go
ahead.
I think we should find the 50 million that has gone missing. Until then, there should be no monies granted to CCSD. What has happened to all the millions of the so-called COVID money? We the people need an audit. I cannot trust any of you to appoint anybody that would be suitable, because we all know that Nevada is corrupt. It would be somebody's sister, somebody's brother, somebody's uncle, somebody's this. No, we cannot do that. Appointing a school board probably won't be an issue with over 4,000 sealed indictments for Nevada, and I'm sure some of these have your names on them if you certified the 2020 election. I'm sure of those include the school board, commissioners, politicians, judges, doctors, nurses for crimes against humanity. My only question is, what you going to do when they come for you?
Okay, remember, please speak. And I don't want anybody, I understand comments, but let's try not to make any threats that could be taken as a threat, okay? If you want me to shut this down, I will shut this down. I'm giving you an opportunity to speak this evening.
Now you're threatening.
Because I want people to have an opportunity to be able to speak tonight. So I need you guys to quit interrupting so that we can. Now, whoever's talking back to me right now, I'm going to have you removed if you do not. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Dirks Garcia. I'm the president of the Nevada Parent-Teacher Association. I'm also the proud mom of 3 Clark County School District students who are thrilled to be back in their school this year and excited for the school year ahead of them. Nevada PTA doesn't have a specific position on many of the things that you're going to be discussing tonight. I appreciate, Chair Dennis, your reminder that there are many things that will be considered this evening beyond appointment or non-appointed school positions. But what's most important is that we all recognize that effective school boards are absolutely necessary to the success of our students. We believe that having the voice of the people involved in the process is absolutely necessary as well. But as someone who speaks to not just parents here in Clark County, but across the state on a regular basis, I can tell you that many are frustrated with the status quo, not feeling like the system, not just people, but the actual systems and structures of governance that are in place right now are not adequately giving everyone a voice at the table and ensuring that every student has the opportunity to succeed. And as you can see from much of the public comment tonight as well, I think you can see that so much of what I hear back from families is the paradox we see tonight. People are confused about, is there elected? Is there not? Are they paid? Are they not? Who appointed this? Who did this? Is there training or not? Which I think the 2 sitting trustees who've talked tonight spoke very well on the lack of training and opportunities to make sure that our trustees are prepared for the roles that they're elected for. So as we approach these discussions, I would just ask that you focus on that end, as Trustee Cavazos talked about, which should be the benefit of our children and public education serving all Nevadans. And how do we ensure that our trustees are providing oversight and accountability in an effective way? And ask yourself, is that happening now? And if not, how do we move the needle to get there? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, this opening one. What I would like to do is I'd like to move to item number 3. We're going to have a report from our staff on all the different recommendations that we've discussed so far in the other meeting that we had. And then I'll take I want to take just a quick break right after that, just because we've gone a long time. So if we could have our staff do their presentation. And this is item number 3, presentation on potential recommendations discussed concerning the composition and selection of school boards during the May 3rd, 2022 meeting. If I remember, I think that presentation is being given from Carson City. So I think we just need to give them a minute here just to set up.
Good evening, committee members. I am Alex Drozdoff, Senior Policy Analyst with LCB's Research Division for the record, and I am joined by my colleague, Jen Sturm. As nonpartisan staff, we do not advocate for or against any measure. As Chairman Dennis mentioned, this presentation will provide a summary of the general information covered during the Joint Interim Standing Committee of Education's May 3rd meeting, which featured presentations and member and public discussion on the composition and selection of school boards as required by AB 495 from the 2021 session. As you may recall, during that meeting, the Committee on Education heard presentations from staff, the Education Commission of the States, and the Nevada Association of School Boards on historical, state, and national school board governance topics. It also featured an open microphone setting, which allowed for extensive discussion of these topics by committee members and members of the public. This presentation will highlight the central topics that were discussed during that meeting, potential recommendations that emerged from members and participants, and possible discussion questions related to those recommendations. This presentation is not an exhaustive list of items presented at the May 3rd meeting, just a summary of main topics discussed. Additional detail of potential recommendations will be provided for the committee's consideration at its work session later this month. Though the discussion during the May 3rd meeting was extensive, it mainly fell into 5 main categories: school board member qualifications, election and appointment, board member retention, member training and accountability, and member support. These categories will structure this presentation. As you will see, some of the topics overlapped with multiple categories. First, the topics discussed pertaining to board member qualifications included implementing certain expectations for board members, as discussion centered on identifying high expectations for members with a focus on accountability and student outcomes, for example. Other topics discussed included developing a shared vision or goals for the school board and aligning that vision to current resources. Finally, it was noted that the current qualifications for board members, according to Nevada Revised Statutes 386-240, are limited in scope. Currently, the only qualifications for members are being a qualified elector and satisfy the relevant residency requirements. For reference, some of these topics, as they pertain to other states, are covered in a follow-up memo from the Education Commission of the States for the May 3rd Committee on Education meeting. It can be found on the committee's website for that meeting under Other Exhibits and is titled Information Provided Following the Meeting, Information on School Boards Provided by the Education Commission of the States. For example, the memo outlines Arizona's and Utah's local school board member qualifications, including voter and residency status, as well as requirements around serving.
Can we stop for just 1 second? I've been told that they can't see the presentation online. Is that, can we get a confirmation from BPS?
I'll stand by 1 minute, Chair, while we check on that. Chair, we're all seeing it here.
Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting. Please go on. Can we, is there a way that we can have it on the big screen here? It would have to be on the computer. I'm going to pause for just a second to see if maybe we can get it on that screen. I think it'd have to be put on that laptop, but hold on 1 second. In the audience, can you see the bigger? Okay, thank you. You're going to go ahead and just run it from there. Perfect. Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry for a second interruption. Please go ahead. We put it on a bigger screen here so it can be seen from the audience.
Okay, thank you. Alex Drozdoff for the record. For example, the memo outlines Arizona's and Utah's local school board member qualifications, including voter and residency status, as well as requirements around serving simultaneously as a board member and a board or school employee. The Education Commission of the states provides additional details and other examples in its memo, including various educational or professional criteria. From this particular category of conversation, one recommendation was proposed through dialogue among Committee on Education members and the public. Expand the qualification criteria for school board members. If such a recommendation is of interest, one question the Committee on Education might consider for discussion is what additional qualifications should be implemented for school board members. The next general topic discussed at the May 3rd meeting was the election and appointment of school board members. This included discussion on different types of representation on the board, such as educator and student representation, diverse representation among board members, and representation of specific occupations. The possibility of an at-large member on the board and a review of public financing of elections among candidates was also discussed. Finally, the possibilities, risks and benefits, and current examples of appointed and hybrid boards were discussed. For reference, some of the topics, as they pertain to other states, are covered in the follow-up memo from the Education Commission of the States for the May 3rd Committee on Education meeting. For example, the memo provides information on New York City's and Chicago's school board models, both of which are under mayoral control with appointed members, though Chicago is moving to an elected model instead. New York City's model is made up of 15 appointed members and the chancellor, and Chicago's current board is made up of 7 appointed members, though it will be transitioning to a 21-member elected board over the next 5 years. Additional context and information is provided in the memo. From these conversations, one recommendation was proposed: explore the possibility of a hybrid school board option. If such a recommendation is of interest, there are several questions the Committee on Education might consider. They are: what qualifications would be required for appointed members? Would any qualifications be in place for elected members? Who would appoint members? Would a change to a hybrid board change the number of members? How many members would be elected versus appointed? How would constituent representation be determined? And would any member serving in a non-voting advisory, in a non-voting advisory or other capacity? If so, whom? Next, board member retention was discussed. One aspect of this discussion was board member salary, including its impacts on prospective candidates. Information from the ECS memo may be relevant specifically for the Clark County School District, as certain salary details were provided for comparable school boards. For example, the Los Angeles Unified School District board members have earned an annual salary of $125,000 since 2017, and Miami-Dade school board members earn an annual salary of $45,000. Furthermore, as discussed above, New York City's panel for education policy members do not receive a salary. Likewise, members of the Chicago Board of Education, which is under mayoral control but will be transitioning to an elected board in the coming years, do not receive a salary. And once board members are elected, they will not be compensated either. For reference, according to NRS 386-320, Nevada School Board trustees receive a salary ranging from $250 to $750 per month based on county population. Other topics discussed related to school board member retention included safety of members and efficiency in meetings, which have been topics of national conversation as well. There was some consideration as to whether safety and efficiency may also be tied to training and overall governance. Finally, there was discussion regarding implementing a regular rotation of school board presidents. From this particular category of conversation, 2 recommendations were proposed through dialogue. Board member salaries should be increased, and measures should be implemented to increase safety and efficiency during meetings. If such recommendations are of interest, there are several questions the Committee on Education might consider. They are: what should salaries for board members be? What other changes might increase board member retention? Would a salary increase change who runs for school board? What safety measures should be implemented? And what measures would support school board member efficiency? And with that, I will turn things over to Jen Sturm.
Thank you, Jen Sturm, Committee Policy Analyst. Additionally, the Committee on Education discussed topics relating to school board member training and accountability. One main point of conversation was the type of training that board members receive and whether increased or different training should be considered. Within this topic of conversation, discussion included 1, the timing of training, both in terms of minimum hour requirements and when the training is administered during a member's term. 2, potential concerns regarding a lack of training, including subject matter considerations. 3, the current training requirements for members and the sufficiency of those requirements. And 4, current resources to support board member training. Discussions also centered on processes of member accountability, for completing training and ideas relating to evaluations of board members and leaders. On page 3 of the memo, previously referenced by my colleague here, ECS offers information on superintendent evaluations, adding that ECS was unable to identify evaluations for school boards being used in other states, state statutes or regulations. From these conversations relating to training and accountability, 3 recommendations seem to emerge. 1, implement guidelines or requirements for board member training. 2, implement an accountability system for training completion. And 3, work with existing entities like the Regional Professional Development Programs, Nevada's Department of Education, the Nevada Association of School Boards, or the National School Board Association to provide initial and continual training, education, professional development, and or coaching to board members. If such recommendations are of interest, there are several questions that this committee might consider. They are: what types of training should be required? At what frequency and duration should the trainings occur? What topics should be covered in the trainings? Should a minimum score metric or a pass or fail system be established, and which? What entity should oversee training? What entity should administer training? How should accountability be assessed? What will accountability enforcement look like? And what should the protocol be for non-compliant board members? Finally, topics pertaining to school board member support was also discussed. These topics included 1, the use of staff, including subject matter experts and other support models to assist board members in their work. 2, the ways that different types of board members, like advisory or non-voting members, might provide additional support and information to the school boards. And 3, the use of school organizational teams to inform the work of the Clark County School District Board. For reference, school organizational teams were created by Assembly Bill 469 of the 2017 legislative session, and SOT duties are outlined in Chapter 388G of NRS. From this particular category of conversation, 4 recommendations were proposed. Use a planning commission model like that used by the Clark County Commission to assist board members in their work. 2, dedicate staff such as administrative support and independent financial and legal experts to assist board members. 3, add non-voting advisory members to the boards. And 4, consider the use of SOT representation on large school district boards, currently the Clark County School District. If such recommendations are of interest to the committee, there are several questions that the committee might consider, including: for non-voting advisory members, what types of expertise should be sought? What would SOT representation at the district level look like? And what is the consideration for this representation for smaller school districts? What would the use of staff or a planning commission model look like? Should board duties and/or code of conduct be outlined in NRS or elsewhere? If so, what guidelines or provisions should be covered? And Mr. Chair, that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Members, do we have any questions? Anything that you recall from the meeting that we didn't cover? And just for the folks that perhaps didn't participate in that particular meeting, we took suggestions from a wide variety of individuals that were there at the meeting to provide some of these. And then we had some additional, some questions that came up that we were able to make sure that we answered, or at least made sure that the questions are there, so that as we consider anything moving forward, that we'll make sure to be able to answer those questions. So as you could see, these are the topics so far that we have talked about this issue, and these and tonight we've got some presentations as we move forward. But before I close this item, I just want to know if there's any additional questions from the members here or in Carson City or online.
It's not a question necessarily, but if I may make a comment, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, sorry,
Assemblymember Anderson.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Jen and Alex for all of the work that you did to put this together. It is not just the minutes that you put up right away. It is also sometimes getting everything else prepared. Thank you so much for doing basically a 5-hour meeting succinctly in about 15 minutes. Thank you so much for the work that you do for our legislature and also for our state. It is greatly appreciated.
Thank you. We do have, they do amazing work, and you know, it takes a lot to put all these thoughts together in a way that can make sense. So we do appreciate our staff. Any other questions or comments? I don't see the folks online, so I don't know if they have any questions, but okay. With that, I am going to take a, let's see, a 10-minute break, and it's gonna be a set 10 minutes. So we will, right now, I have, actually, what I'm going to say is it'll be a 9-minute break, because we're going to go till 25 after and start back up. So we are in recess for 9 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. One moment while we prepare the broadcast. Thank you, Chair Dennis. We are live to the broadcast. You may proceed when you're ready.
Presentation from Villadita.
Yeah, it's going to be a combined little data and Council for Better Than all combined. Okay, we're going to go ahead and begin. If everybody would please sit down. Okay, I need everybody to settle down. We got to get going here. All right, so here's if you see the agenda, we've got some presentations under, we're going to go to item number 4, presentation on the composition of school board of trustees. We put out there for anyone that wanted to bring a presentation, and these are the ones that came forth. I will say just one change here. The first one there is representatives of the Clark County Education Association. That one, along with the last one, the representation of the Council for Better Nevada, as well as several other ones, all decided to combine theirs. So we're going to have that presentation first. And then after we're done, we'll ask some questions and things, and then we'll go to the second presentation, which will be the representatives of the Nevada State Education Association. So with that, let's go with the first presentation. So whenever you're ready, and make sure you just identify yourselves as you speak.
Thank you, Chair Dennis and committee members. My name is Jana Wilcox-Lavin. I'm the CEO of Opportunity 180. And just wanted to share quickly a little bit about why our organization is participating in this conversation. So we've set out on a North Star that we believe and hope that our community will adopt to ensure that every kid graduates high school, college, and career ready, prepared to live whatever life that they dream. And we see good governance as a key central component of ensuring every kid is prepared for the life that they choose to live, to benefit our community, to benefit themselves and their families. We've heard a lot from public commenters tonight, and I did want to recognize that there were a number of themes, but one theme that really resonated with, I think, what you'll hear from our coalition tonight is the idea that really the most important thing is that we set out a vision and a target for student achievement, and whatever we choose to do around governance and whatever decisions we choose to make around governance for our state going forward should anchor in what we believe should be true for kids, and should react and respond in that way. And so I just wanted to make sure that we started there with the idea that kids really should be at the center of each of these conversations, and we have an opportunity as a community to come together and define what we hope to be true for every kid in our state, and then ensure that our governance practices align to bringing that to life. And with that, I will hand it off to my colleague, Dr. Martinez.
Good evening, Dennis, Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Magdalena Martinez. I'm an associate professor at UNLV and a director for the Lindsay Institute. The Lindsay Institute is a public policy think tank with a focus on helping to build capacity on issues related to health, education, economic development, governance, and social services in Nevada. Part of my role is also to work with community-based groups to help facilitate and inform the public discourse on issues of import. Today's presentation is one example of how the Lindsay Institute works with Nevada residents. School governance, as we've heard today, is a key component to having successful schools that meet the goals for students. At its core, school governance, how we structure governing boards, represents our values, beliefs, and priorities for our community. Therefore, governance needs to adapt to our changing priorities, values, and beliefs. This is progress. For some time, there have been several legislative bills related to school governance. Many of these bills have proposed additional training, professional development, and ways to strengthen the existing governance structure. What has become clear, however, is that there comes a time when existing structures no longer meet the needs of its people, and new governance models must be considered. Let me make this clear. You can have the most dedicated and committed individuals run and serve as a school board member, but the structure will fail the individuals, and more tragically, our youth and our families. There have been many bills to change governance structures as well, but it's a heavy lift, we recognize that, and a complicated process, so the bills have died or not had the support needed to change the rules of the game for our governing boards. Since early 2022, a coalition of individuals representing various constituency groups have come together to discuss and deliberate on what a new school governance model might look like. The following groups, which you see on the screen, have convened approximately 11 times to identify key principles that can hopefully inform a new school governance model. Along with my colleague, who has already introduced herself, I'll briefly touch on the principles and how these can be operationalized into a new model. And with the permission of the chair, we would also like to invite members of the coalition to briefly share their ideas as it relates to the guiding principles. My presentation will be about 4 minutes long.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. The guiding principles focus on representation, qualifications, and accountability. And as my colleague stated, the guiding principles are key pillars for a student-centered governance structure, and regardless of the specific structure, school board trustees must have a dedicated commitment to student achievement and the goals of the broader community. The composition of a school board should represent the diversity of its constituents through identified geographic boundaries in the county. In most counties in the state, a 7-member board may make sense. In a region such as Southern Nevada, where the school district serves a population over 2 million, it does not make sense. With over 2 million residents, and it is the 28th largest metro area in the country, yet it's the 5th largest school district in the nation. Therefore, it makes sense perhaps to increase the board seats by 2 to a total of 9 board members. Therefore, moreover, as we've heard today, about 90% of school board models are elected, and the coalition members believe in the voice of the public and the people. As such, one recommendation is to transition to a hybrid board, but elected seats remain the dominant on the board. We have submitted a handout with specific suggestions on how and who would recommend an appointed board. And we've also identified a list of existing statutes that may help inform specific language, either in Nevada or in other states. Notably, the Nevada Department of Education can serve as a model, with the exception of the elected seats in a school board, which should remain the majority on the school board. Finally, we know that the voice of students is essential for education policy, and the coalition suggested an appointed non-voting student member. That's the slide I just spoke on. I apologize, I did not forward. The next principal, qualification, underscores the need for continued and more expansive training and professional development after election and/or appointment. The document framework identifies specific statutes again and states with robust training and professional development guidelines. I will not go through it in detail in the interest of time, but should anyone have any questions, the coalition members would be happy to answer specific questions related to the handout document that you've all received in addition to this. In terms of who is qualified to be recommended for an appointed board, the coalition members identified at least 3 core expertise areas, including K-12 systems, financial, and active members in private business or industry. With that said, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Jana, to discuss the next slide, accountability.
Yeah, just real quick while we're doing that, those documents that you referenced, they should be available online as well as we've had some copies over here. So I just want to make sure that everybody knew that. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jana Wilcox-Lavin, for the record. So the last guiding principle that we discussed and have been continuing to discuss is around accountability. And I know we did hear a lot from other representatives here today during public comment around accountability. And I think ultimately it's around deciding, once we decide what we want to be true for kids and we nail that down and we align our governance structure in that way, in what ways we'll be able to hold both ourselves and our board accountable to ensuring student achievement targets are met in that way. So as my colleague mentioned and as the coalition has discussed, the concept of a hybrid board providing opportunities for differentiated accountability through differentiated ways in which which board members are identified for as school board trustee is one opportunity to consider for increasing accountability or looking at accountability in new ways. And another would be thinking about what an intervention framework could look like should we not be meeting targets as we've established. We have proposed, you'll see in the document, looking for targets of student achievement that already exist, that are in a framework that's already accessible in our state, both of those currently being the SIP, the State Improvement Plan, which is approved every year by the state board, and or the federally approved ESSA plan, which is currently in practice. Not suggesting either of those are perfect, but certainly suggesting that they exist and they're a part of our natural practice in the state right now, and set out a core set of achievement targets every year. And so with that, those are the formal guiding principles and associated comments. And we can allow the other coalition members to come speak.
Okay. Do you have a specific order, or are they just going to come?
Good evening, members of the committee. Paul Moratkin with the Vegas Chamber. As many of you know, the Chamber has had a long history of engaging in education policy. The Chamber over the years has supported several bills regarding K-12 education governance over the last several sessions, and this has been an ongoing conversation in the state capitol regarding board governance. We've had conversations for the last 2 to 3 sessions about education governance and what that could look like. The Chamber has supported many reform efforts for many years for greater accountability, transparency, student achievement, and we most recently, of course, support the new funding formula that was passed, and we believe that this session we need to take a hard look at our current governance structure. And one of those options we believe that should be looked at is a hybrid board of both appointed and elected school board members. The Chamber has worked with other stakeholders on this issue because the existing governance model simply does not work in our opinion. And as you know, that directly impacts the students in the classroom. And I think that's where the focus of these conversations need to be, are on the students. The Chamber's concern is about student success and achievement, and that's why we need to look at governance model and ask if our current outcomes are the best interest for our students and our community. The simple fact is, what we're doing right now is not working. And by keeping the same thing will not improve our student outcomes and achievements, and for the work that this committee and the legislative body has done over the last several years to modernize the formula and to ensure that our students have the resources they need to succeed in the future. So that is why the Chamber is supportive of this concept, and we appreciate the openness and willingness to have this conversation for the upcoming session. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Thank you. Welcome. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Maureen Schaefer. I'm the Executive Director of Council for a Better Nevada. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. We've been involved in many issues that affect quality of life for Nevadans, but principal to all of them has been our engagement in education issues the last 18 years that we've been involved in Nevada issues. As a sampling, we were involved in the work that you did to create a weighted student formula for the state, and we were very involved in the decentralization efforts, which brought decision-making closest to the students through budget and decision-making at the school level. We will work with anyone who supports children, parents, families, and our communities when it comes to education. And we worked with labor, we worked with all of you, we worked with parents, and of course we worked with our fellow business leaders and philanthropists when it came to these issues and many others. When it comes to the issue of governance, we've learned when it comes to our work in issues like judicial issues, healthcare issues, transportation issues, and no less education issues, governance matters, and it starts at the top. And when governance is working well and you have a strong system, everything else flows very well, or at least better. And when your governance is not working, you can have the best people, you can have the best ideas, and things will not work efficiently, or certainly less so. And we've grown as a state in the last 30 years exponentially. We've brought more people here. We've certainly had more diversity with more complex needs, and our education system is getting less return than it's ever had. And we have more needs and more complexity than we've ever had before to deal with in certainly no less K-12. We need to, as our presentation stated, to look at our governance and be honest about the hardworking board members in all of our districts, no less Clark County, and be very honest with ourselves about how no matter who runs for these offices and who plays these roles, how difficult, if not impossible, it is to be successful in those roles and for the obligations and responsibilities they have. And so we ask that we be honest with ourselves and honest about the obligations and the tremendous, if not impossible, responsibilities that these roles have, and look at the qualifications and the training and accountability and the outcomes we have to have for ourselves, for those students and their future lives, their families, and our communities and our economy that we need from these future workers and their own lives and their aspirations, and reimagine the governance for the people that have those thankless tasks, and for what we must get from those kids and those families and the economy that we need from those future workers, and make tough decisions. We want to be in it with you. So it's not about appointed or elected. It's about what do we have to do to reimagine these roles and these governance structures. I tell you, governance matters. We make these decisions as business leaders. We make these decisions as parents. We have to make these decisions within these education structures, because we're not the Nevada of even 5 years ago, let alone 20 years ago, when we have to be the Nevada of today and the Nevada of what we want 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years from now, because that's what our kids are going to be. So we do it as parents. We have to do it as education leaders and future community leaders of what we want for Nevada. So we think about this as Council for a Better Nevada, and we need to be thinking about this as what we want as Better Nevada, as all of us. And it comes down to governance. Let's reinvent the system and go forward in that manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair Dennis, committee members. My name is Marie Nices. I am the president of the Clark County Education Association. CCA is part of the coalition, and we support the coalition's recommendations. Over the last several years, the community has had a front row seat to the dysfunction and internal fighting occurring amongst CCSD Board of Trustees. The trustees' number one focus should be making sound student and staff-focused decisions, but instead, some trustees attack one another during the school board meetings and on social media. The community has witnessed the school board meetings become a focus of her personal agenda rather than focusing on students. The board's dysfunction has negatively impacted both CCSD students and staff. Due to the actions of a small group of trustees, student achievement has not been a top priority. CCSD Board of Trustees need to be comprised of both appointed and elected trustees who have the background needed to focus on politics and student achievement. A hybrid model would ensure that the Board of Trustees have the qualifications and experience needed to oversee a multi-billion-dollar budget. CCA believes a hybrid model should have the majority of elected trustees along with some appointees. Again, CCA supports the coalition's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that all the ones that we're going to? Okay, great. So let's go to questions. So if somebody can come forward. I know I have. I'll start some questions off, and then I'm going to ask the members. Okay, so the first question I'll ask, just to get this going, when you looked at putting this presentation, were you looking at all districts in the state following this model, or specifically Clark County School District?
This is Jana Wilcox-Lavin for the record. I would say we primarily focused on Clark County School District, where most of the individuals in the coalition participated. But I think the concept of establishing a target for what we want to see to be true for kids and ensuring a governance model that's aligned would be true anywhere, whatever model that ended up looking like.
Okay. Assemblywoman Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you for the presentation. Very enlightening. My question actually is, we now currently have a 7 trustee board, and you are, put out there that you were looking at increasing that to a 9-member. And I wanted to know, how did you come up with 9 members? How would that be fair? And, but go ahead, answer that one if you could. I do have a follow-up.
Sure. I think ultimately we wanted to take a look at how do you maintain.
Make sure you.
Oh, sorry, Jana Wilcox-Lavin for the record. Excuse me, Chair. The consideration was how do we continue to maintain publicly elected seats that are still in the majority of the total, and also account for the rising population in many of our communities. And so continuing to think that more representation was better. So that was essentially the rationale behind that consideration. I think if you look to the state board as an example of a statewide body that includes non-voting members, there's also an opportunity to consider how expanded seats could include additional perspectives that were non-voting as well. And I'll just share really quickly, I don't think these recommendations are hard and fast. I think these are considerations that exist that we could point to examples, either in state or out of state, to consider aligned to those principles. But again, we were really putting forward the framework for discussion.
Thank you. Follow-up, Chair, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, with that said, what areas are you looking to put those 2 additional board, because we have a diverse community coming up, and we have communities that are not represented. And I would just like to know, when you, had this big think tank, did you look at what areas you would suggest that those new board members would represent?
Thanks for the question. Jana Wilcox-Lavin for the record. I think the coalition members would agree with me that we believed that there would need to be more voices included in that kind of recommendation. And so we did not go to that level of detail.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, we're going to go to Vice Chair Bill Bay Axelrod.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the question. I have a question. First of all, I would like to thank your thoughtfulness to the committee for working on this. Very interesting things that you've brought up. I wanted to drill down a little bit specifically on the governance. Can you explain what that looks like in particular? I know we did some things last session, but I was just curious if you could drill down on what you imagine the governance aspect would look like in the training. And I think we kind of talked about during our meeting on what would happen if people didn't pay attention to those governance guidelines. And so I was just wondering if you guys could expand on that a little bit. Thank you.
This is Jana Wilcox-Lavin for the record. I'll get started and then hand it over to my colleague. At I think it was the May 3rd meeting, but dates are sort of eluding me right now. There was a discussion from the Nevada Association of School Boards related to a set of guiding principles that they were using, or a set of standards, that they were using to support their training across the state. And so one of the things we had raised during that discussion and discussed was how and in what ways could we evaluate how those standards are being implemented across the governing bodies across the state, and could that be a way to help us understand the depth and sort of implementation of the training aligned to those standards that were already being leveraged in the state, and in what sort of ways could you deploy, could we as a state choose to deploy opportunities to understand the effectiveness of both that training, the internalization of that training towards those goals.
Okay. Do you have a follow-up, or does that answer your question?
I can take the rest of that offline. Yeah, I think this is a paramount issue. And I think that Trustee Ford actually brought that up, that she didn't really feel like the fiduciary issues, the governance in general was really laid out to board members. So I think that this could be one way that we could really empower and set up our board to succeed. So we could talk more online, but I think this is definitely worth chipping away at. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members up in Carson? Any questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have one, and I think Assemblywoman Anderson does. So if you would, I'll go
Assemblywoman
ahead.
Hardy, please.
Oh. Do you want me to?
Go ahead, Assemblywoman Hardy, please. Yes. I'm sorry.
That one.
Hanson. I got those mixed up, sorry. Assemblywoman Hanson and Carson, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the presentation. Grateful for the opportunity for us all to kind of have this opportunity to discuss and collaborate, air our concerns. Just for the record, I was not able to attend the May 3rd meeting, but I did watch it last week, and I did go back and watch AB 255, the bill that was brought last session that didn't really progress, but then this study became an outgrowth of the mining tax bill. So grateful we can have these discussions. A few questions to kind of pick up where we just left off on the governance idea, what it looks like. And I've had concerns, they're on the record from the get-go. I don't support the idea of appointments. That does not mean that I don't think there's a lot of room for improvement. I think a lot of times we all want the same outcomes, but we have different ideas how we get there. So one thing that really struck me in Trustee Ford's comments that I greatly appreciated in public comment were addressing some of the training. I was shocked, as so was my colleague sitting next to me, that the training, I think if I'm referencing right from the help of our wonderful legal counsel here, Mr. Killian, the NRS 386.327, there's only 6 hours of training during the first and the third year. And that there's no practical penalty for failing to complete the training, and the consequences are limited to having the school board member's name posted on the district's website and notifying the other school board members of the failure. And that training requirement wasn't created until 2017, so not that long ago. So if we are looking to find ways to increase effectiveness and good governance models, I definitely would support we need more training. Also, I'm wondering why, or in your studying, we heard testimony that Chicago is moving from an appointed 7-member to an elected 21-member. And that would seem quite interesting that we're visiting this, of doing the opposite perhaps of what Chicago, a very large school district, has done, and that 90% of school boards are elected. So wondering in your studies, what do you take away from some of that, what Chicago's reversing what they had been doing? If that's a fair question. Oh, and I'm sorry, Chair, I did have one. I had one other one to follow up with after this.
Go ahead.
This is Jana Wilcox-Levin for the record. I'm not sure we can speak specifically to Chicago's motivations or any other community, honestly. I think the key is we should really decide what we want to be true and build a governance model that works for Nevada. And if that includes, our recommendation is to include components from these guiding principles that help get us there to ensure that students are achieving at the rates that they both want to, and we hope that they have the opportunity to.
Chair, can I follow up?
Go ahead.
And thank you for that.
Yes, please.
A different side of this then in governance. Regarding superintendents, has there been any looking into, a superintendent literally is the CEO of the district, at least from my owning a business, and how governance is. CEOs kind of lead, and I know the Washoe County CEO or superintendent has, I think, 5 assistant superintendents. Have we looked at models where superintendents really take a lot more of the direction and responsibilities and I know we're laying a lot of the issues on the school boards and they're elected. So I was intrigued by maybe the suggestion of a superintendent being elected. I know in Washoe County, we've spent the last 10 years dealing with 2 very controversial superintendent issues that took up a lot of the time of our board. And I know there's been complaints that the boards are not dealing, they're only about 20% of the time dealing with students and the schools, and they're caught up in all this other stuff. Well, that was kind of out of their control when they're dealing with 2 superintendent turnovers in a relatively short period of time. So did we look at that at all? Having a superintendent elected, or look at districts where superintendents really embrace a CEO sort of model?
For the record, Magdalena Martinez. The coalition did not consider those type of questions during their deliberations.
And what I will recommend, if you have some of these other suggestions that we, especially based on the public comment that we got earlier, we do have an item on the agenda that where members can bring up some of these issues. All right, let's go to Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair, for the ability to ask the questions. And also thank you for the presentation. I really appreciate the use of the non-voting student member to be able to be a part of the board. I have 2 questions, and I think I know the answer to one of them, but not sure. The first question I have, though, might be a little bit more legal-ish. I realize that the floor is set by the legislature as to how many members can be on a board. Is there any sort of discussion of only bringing this question up in Clark and having possibly the hybrid idea being something that Clark has made the decision to do only in Clark County, as opposed to having it come to the legislature? I guess, in a nutshell, why is it coming to the Nevada State Legislature for the entire state when it feels like this is a very large Clark County issue?
For the record, Magdalena Martinez. I will say that while most of our stakeholders, or rather coalition members, were from Southern Nevada, the deliberation really did focus on, again, the principles that can help guide statewide. We recognize that, yes, CCSD is the largest school district. However, we are not the only ones, right, that have governance concerns, as we've heard today. So that is something I think that is a great suggestion. There's opt-in based on population numbers, student numbers. I know there's many statutes already in place that look by population, and that's certainly an option that the legislature could pursue.
And this is Senator Dennis. I'm going to have our legal person, Mr. Killian, kind of weigh in just on that issue. Is there the ability for us to do something for just one versus everyone, one school district versus all?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So under existing law, there are multiple different divisions for the governance models of the different county school districts based on the population size of the county that contains the school district. There are, I believe, 7 members in the 2 largest counties and 5 members with the option of additional members in some of the smaller counties. The way that those members are broken up are different in the largest counties in the state. It's 7 districts that are as nearly equal as possible. In the next smallest county size in the state, it's 5 members in relatively equal districts, and then 2 members from districts that are each roughly half of the entire county. So the legislature does have the power to make distinctions between school districts based on the size, the population count in the underlying counties. So using that same model to just revise those distinctions or revise what's provided in each of those different population sizes is within the legislature's power.
Great, thank you.
If I may have a follow-up.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So just to clarify, though, the legislature can set the number, but can a school district on their own, a school board on their own, make a decision to expand on their own without coming to the legislature? Can they make a decision, yes, we are allowed only 7, but we want to expand it to 11? Are they able to do that, or do they need to come to the legislature for permission?
Mr. Killian, I'm going to have you answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Asher Killian Committee Council. Ultimately, yes, they would need to come to the legislature for permission because the legislature has established the laws that prescribe the sizes. The legislature has also prescribed a mechanism where certain smaller districts can come and ask for additional trustees or ask to change the districts from which those trustees are elected, from at-large to divisions of the underlying district. But ultimately, the legislature controls that issue. So the legislature would have to enact enabling legislation to enable a school district to potentially expand its size up to a specified number.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just to follow up, Mr. Killian, the legislature could put a trigger that where they wouldn't have to come, but that if they reached a certain population or whatever, they could automatically then vote to expand themselves. Is that something that's an option?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Asher Killian Committee Council. Yes, that could be the triggering mechanism that the legislature builds into the enabling legislation, that as of a certain population figure, there are automatically a certain number of members added.
Thank you. Okay, we have Senator Buck.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. I was just wondering what was suggested on who would appoint these extra 2 members? Would it be the governor, the legislature, county commissions?
This is Janet Wilcox-Lavin for the record. We discussed different opportunities for representation, and clearly noting, we heard from Assemblywoman Thomas that obviously there are some communities that may be underrepresented. So while there wasn't a hard and fast proposal, and again, because this really was a framework of principles and not a thorough plan, because we felt that the thorough plan would be discussed and deliberated among a broader group of stakeholders, including all of you and everyone in the room, that looking to local communities and other geographic boundaries that might work given that we're countywide school districts, looking for greater representation where it felt like there was, where communities were particularly underrepresented. So it would certainly require more discussion, but that was where our conversation led.
Do we have any other questions from any of the members? Okay, so I'm going to do, and don't make me regret this, because I want to get input. And if they have given a specific recommendation for a framework. If there's anyone that has a question concerning that framework, I'm going to allow like 20 seconds to ask a question, but this isn't an opportunity to go on and give a big speech about how you don't like something. That's not what I'm asking here. What I'm saying is if you heard something and you have a question on how that would be implemented, or I will allow that. And so if that's the case, do we have anybody here? Raise your hand if you have a question. Okay, I see 3 individuals. Just come up one at a time because they'll need to answer that question. So you can stay there. Just allow one space for somebody to come up. So if the first individual come up, like I said, and if it's not appropriate, I'll just say the question is not appropriate. We'll move to the next one. Right. just keep in mind, we don't normally do this.
Well, thank
but
you.
I'm really trying to get some input here because these are some new ideas and we don't always get an opportunity to do this. So go ahead and make sure you identify yourself for the record.
William Graham Carter again. I'm probably the oldest guy in the room. I've noticed in people who help, who are on school boards and so forth, there's two kinds of people. And one is a person who generally wants to help, and the other is a narcissist, a control freak, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, remember, you're going to ask a question.
My question is, did you explore the legislature coming up with conduct parameters for the elected officials? Was that taken into consideration? Some kind of, and also applying the things, the training and so forth, to the elected school board members.
Okay.
Not throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Right. Thank you. If the next person will come up.
Sure. This is Jana Wilcox-Lavin for the record. I think we contemplated that the training would be applicable regardless of the governance model or selection approach, so that there was opportunity to consider that broadly in whatever governance model was ultimately selected by the legislature.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead and ask your question. And remember, identify yourself and then ask the question. You got to push the button, sorry.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I am PJ Belanger. I'm leading a education coalition, and I'm with Americans for Prosperity and a grandma. And my question is, if this was a research project, why other options weren't researched?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Magdalena Martinez for the record. This was not necessarily a research project, and I hope perhaps I didn't make that clear enough. This was a deliberative process by a group of coalition members. In the Lindsay Institute, one of our roles is to help facilitate those conversations. We certainly have researched many education policy issues, and you can find all of our briefs, policy briefs, and information online at UNLV Lindsay Institute.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the next question.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. My question is very brief. I just wanted to clarify when we were talking about the consistent governance policy and hoping that we could incorporate that. Are we referring to Silver State governance specifically?
Sorry, this is Jana Wilcox-Lavin for the record. We didn't consider any specific training. The training I was referencing was presented at the May 3rd meeting by, I think, the Nevada Association of School Boards, who had a set of standards that they used for their training. So that's what I was referencing.
Thank you, and I'm so sorry, Chair Dennis, I didn't say Linda Cavazza speaking as an individual. I'm so sorry, breaking the rules right there. The reason that I'm asking that is because in the May 3rd minutes, looking at my notes, and I had to leave that meeting early, so I apologize if I get any of this wrong, but I believe that at the time, Executive Director Deb Oliver referred to Silver State governance and some of the success they had. And it sounded very similar to what was being proposed today as far as the consistency. So that's where the kind of the initiative was to ask that question. So you're saying that was not specifically designed to be Silver State governance?
Sorry, Jana Wilcox-Lavin for the record. May I ask a clarifying question, Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. When you are asking the question about consistency, can you just clarify for me what you're asking?
I believe that there was part of the coalition's presentation having to do with the governance and that we were talking about having a consistent model. I'm paraphrasing.
I see. I think the three components of the guiding principles being representation, qualifications and training and accountability, and that there being potential consistent application across the state, aligned to a set of standards or a set of beliefs that the community decides are right for kids and aligned to a governance model. So I don't know, I know of the Silver State governance training, but when we were referencing training, we were asking I think the question was specifically related to how might training be deployed in a consistent manner. And so leveraging those standards that have already been articulated and adopted felt like something to consider.
Okay.
Thank you so much. That answers my question. Possibly I might be able to speak with you more offline. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to the next question.
Camila Bywaters, president of the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators, co-chair for Education for the National Action Network. What is the plan or strategy to include a more diverse Black, Indigenous, people of color as a part of this coalition team to expand the perspective of the framework?
For the record, Magdalena Martinez. As my colleague indicated, these are excellent questions that we believe should be deliberated by the by you all, the legislature, and the community at large.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any in Carson City?
Yes, Chair, we do.
Okay. Okay. Then just keep in mind, I'll just reiterate one more time. We're just asking a quick question so we can get some clarification. So go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
My name is Marianne
my
Humphrey.
right, your left.
My name.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, you got to push the button.
Oh, okay, I was turning on.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Marianne Humphrey, and I'm just curious, how long if you proceed with this appointee, how long do they last, and what happens if the people aren't happy with these people? How are we stuck with these, and how long are they appointed for?
Thank you.
This is Jana Wilcox-Lavin for the record. Ultimately, I believe that decision would be up to the legislature, but I imagine the discussions we had with our coalition as it stands now, and hopefully it'll continue to expand, talked about similar terms as the current elected terms. And also, one thing we had discussed, which didn't show up today, was the idea that there could be an opportunity to use a trigger, as the chair suggested, to actually pause appointments at some period and reflect on whether or not they actually met the targets. So you could look at implementation for X period of time and then pause and review how things were being successfully implemented. But essentially, the idea would be the same terms.
Great. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the next question. That was a good question. Thank you.
Betsy Strasburg. NRS 389.036 implemented or asked the districts to implement the Family Life Committee to evaluate health education courses. The members are 9 members. The statute also defines what kind of members. Has the coalition examined in the cases where we have specific numbers, specific constituents, have they been really successful? And by the way, the Family Life Committee includes a student rep and a teacher rep, all the things that are being discussed. So has the coalition evaluated prior implementation of similar process and procedures? Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Jana Wilcox-Lavin for the record. I would say the primary focus that we looked at for existing examples in the state was the State Board of Education, which did go through a transition and has demonstrated improved effectiveness. That's the belief. But it sounds like that would be an additional one for this legislature and the ongoing discussions to consider.
Thank you. Let's go to the next one up in Carson.
Hello, Mary Porter, Gardnerville. I've listened to you speak generally of training. I think you described 12 hours of it. Can you tell me, just in summary, what the components of the training would be? Because at least in my school district, people are coming who are quite educated people that I'm just not understanding what it is they need to learn in addition. Thank you.
For the record, Magdalena Martinez. I don't believe we identified specific hours of training, and the coalition did not discuss specific in the weeds type of training. We believe that those are the type of discussions that need to be had with specific stakeholders and broader stakeholders, because particularly teachers and educators. So we did not discuss specific type of trainings or hours of training.
So we have kind of no guidance on that?
It was
From the
sorry.
committee, we have no
Let me-
guidance from it.
Just one second.
Sorry.
So, I'm sorry. I think what she's saying is that, yeah, I mean, that's a very good question, and that's one that we'll definitely put in the notes, so as the legislature moves forward, we can have that discussion.
Okay.
Because that is, a very valid question.
I just wanted to know what you were talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else there in Carson?
No, there isn't, Chair. Thank
Okay,
you.
if not, okay, thank you. I think we have one more here, or two more here in Las Vegas, if you'll.
Yes, this is Michelle Mcphee, and I heard you a moment ago, I think it was you, Janet Wilcox, saying that there would be standards chosen by the community, and I'm wondering just what community you are referring to, if it's to the community of parents choosing the standards, or if it's a community of the legislature, or just what that community was.
Sure. Thanks for the question. Janet Wilcox-Levin for the record. So I don't have any decision-making authority on any sort of these standards. The only thing I was referencing is that there are existing standards that were presented by the Nevada Association of School Boards to be considered that they believed demonstrated standards for effective governance, and that was what we had discussed. So I think these ongoing discussions would be where those conversations would happen.
Thank you. We have one more here.
Hi, good evening. Erica Dengray, speaking as an individual. I saw the list of members that would consist of this committee, but nowhere did I see any presentation of my community, especially for what I do and what I work at the Clark County School District as a paraprofessional. And are we going to be part of this conversation or this community? And only that I didn't see is special education, because that's what we consist of. So are we also part of this community if it is a conversation?
Thank you.
Sure. This is Janet Wilcox-Levin for the record. I think what we've tried to convey here today is that there's a lot of room for more voices, and there should be more voices in the discussion related to any decisions, and that what we were bringing forward was a platform and a framework to begin a conversation where more voices could be a part of the ongoing discussion before any decisions were made.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before I close up, just let me double check. VPS, do we have anybody that's online that wishes to ask a question?
No, Chair, your line is currently open and working.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So we'll go ahead and close out that part of that presentation, and we'll go to the next presentation by the Nevada State Education Association. Thank you very much. And thank you for those of you that asked questions to keep it just to that so that we could make sure we get those. Those were really good questions. Good evening.
Senator Dennis, thank you for saving us for prime time. Chris Daly, I'm Deputy Director of Government Relations for the Nevada State Education Association. I think, as everyone knows now, the voice of Nevada educators for over 120 years. Allow me to make a quick observation as someone who regularly attends public hearings. Tonight's public comment had the feel of a school board meeting. The public comment at your average, regular school board meeting in 2022. And I think that fact may be the most instructive thing that we learn tonight. The most pressing issues facing Nevada schools, including the severe educator shortage dominating the headlines, the chronic underfunding of education, violence in our schools, and continuing inequities for disadvantaged students, are very clearly not the result of any school district governance model. No, these issues instead are the result of larger societal problems and the continuing failure of state leadership to truly prioritize public education. Appointing school board members will not address these issues. School board members are on the front line of elected officials. You got a taste of it this evening, but they are regularly subjected to the kind of public comment that we heard earlier tonight, and many school board members have had their safety threatened. After resigning from the Washoe County School Board, former trustee Kurt Thigpen wrote this, I believe it was in Reno today, quote, "I had many conversations with district staff about safety. It reminded me of preparing for active shooter drills. At every school board meeting since, the threat level only got higher, school police presence got higher, and the vitriol, hate, harassment, and intimidation and abuse by some members of the public only got worse as time went on." End quote. Appointing school board members will do nothing to improve that dynamic. School boards are responsible for school district governance, yet they are denied the resources necessary to be successful. Everyone in this room knows Nevada is 48th. I think I'm the 7th person to say it tonight. We're 48th in the nation in per pupil funding, and that is not the fault of school board members. For them, it's a setup. Run this school district or govern this school district, but you don't get the money to do it. It's a setup. Appointing school members, by the way, will not mean more education funding. We also need to be honest about the politics driving the discussion of school district governance. While there have been numerous efforts over the years to raise the issue, it never got this far. Not until my colleague, Lisa Guzman, was elected to the Clark County School Board in 2020. Even though Lisa is a great school board member, I follow lots of elected officials, she's a great one. Apparently her work is such a threat that one entity filed a complaint against her before she even took office. When that didn't work, they decided that they would go after the system of electing school board members. Former Speaker Frierson told me personally, it was one-on-one, but he told me the only reason he introduced his hybrid school bill, the only reason that he included the language in the mining tax deal, which led to this process, was because the Clark County Education Association demanded that it be in there. So we're here. And tonight, we hear about a new coalition advocating a hybrid school board model that looks a lot like those same old corporate-backed education reform efforts that we saw in the 90s and the aughts, reforms that have resoundingly failed to improve overall education quality. However, hearing during public comment and messaging some of my friends, apparently at least 2 of the 7 listed coalition members have stated they don't have a position on elected versus appointed or hybrid school boards. Let me put it another way. More than a quarter of the coalition that you just heard from advocating hybrid school boards don't support hybrid school boards. Meanwhile, there's no evidence that appointed school boards or hybrid school boards improve education quality or student outcomes. And none was presented in the May hearing, and none this evening. With that said, NSCA does appreciate this opportunity to continue our engagement in the conversation about school board composition. We believe Nevada can improve the professionalism, collaboration, accountability, and responsiveness of school boards, adding educator voice which is sorely missing, while also preserving school boards as democratically elected bodies. I'd like now to turn this over to NSCA President Dawn Echeverry, who has the unique perspective as a former president of the Nevada PTA, former member of the Story County School District Board of Trustees, former member of the Nevada State Board of Education, and 28-year elementary music teacher. Dawn?
Good evening. My name is Dawn Echeverry, and I'm the president of the Nevada State Education Association. NSCA is part of a long tradition of educators promoting the democratic process. Educators with the National Education Association have played a key role supporting voting rights, from past NEA President Shar Armand Williams' effort to get Tennessee to ratify the 19th Amendment in 1920, to students affiliated with the California Teachers Association who started a campaign to extend the vote to the 18-year-olds back in 1967. We believe participating in the cornerstone of democracy and locally elected school boards represent the American institute that comes closest to the ideals of local self-governance. Local school boards are in place to ensure that schools in each community reflect the values of the people. School boards provide direction and oversight for the superintendent who manages the day-to-day operations of the schools. They set policies for the district and approve budgets. They also provide direct accountability to the community. One of NSCA's recommendations related to the school district governance is to end the ban on participation by active educators. As a classroom teacher in Washoe County, I was able to participate in a school governance because I lived in a different county at the time. But my experience in the classroom directly informed my actions and made me a more committed, professional, and knowledgeable trustee. As an educator serving as a trustee, I was able to articulate students' needs when it came to budgeting and decision-making. For an example, education programs are brought before boards as a budgetary item. They are presented to us with big bows and the fix-all. But as an educator, I was able to ask questions about implementation. And what I found is most programs affected the cost of the district for more money for extra staffing and took away from what the state mandated curriculum was already being taught in our classrooms, making it harder for our teachers to implement and for meeting the children's needs. Allowing active educators to serve in school district governance will improve school boards in Nevada. During this hearing and some of the former hearings, some have alluded to the governance model at the State Board of Education. However, the roles and responsibilities of the State Board are vastly different from the local school boards. The State Board is not responsible for running the Department of Education. The State Board is not in charge of multi-million dollars or less multi-billion-dollar budgets. The State Board is in charge of adopting plans and improving the quality of public education in Nevada. While there has been some improvements, Nevada schools are still consistently ranked near last. As a former State Board education member, I was involved in the interview and recommendation to the governor for the hiring of the state superintendent, who the State Board has no oversight of or the ability to hold accountable when procedures are not followed. I would like to introduce to you Lisa Guzman. Lisa is the Assistant Executive Director for the Nevada State Education Association, and she is also an elected trustee in Clark County.
Chair Dennis, members of the committee, my name is Lisa Guzman, and I am the Assistant Executive Director for the Nevada State Education Association. Full disclosure, I am also the trustee for District A in the Clark County School District. I am not representing the Clark County School District at all during these proceedings. I am just the Assistant Executive Director for Nevada State Education Association. And I want you to know that, like other institutions, there are times when school boards do not live up to public expectations. This is true of school districts with elected school boards and those without. The difference is elected school boards provide the public with a direct line of accountability. And let me tell you, my constituents find me in Smith's, and they tell me exactly what they want me to know. Appointed school boards are shielded by an appointing authority who typically have significant other responsibilities in addition to the appointment of the school board. It is extremely rare to see an elected official voted out of office over the actions or conduct of another official they have appointed. This is truer still when the appointment is made by another deliberative body. Democracy can be messy. Money can have a substantial influence on elections, and sometimes campaigns are negative and turn off voters. Or you can be harassed and have to move from your home, like I did when I first was elected trustee. Or you could have a typical election like I just experienced for SD 12. Oftentimes, our preferred candidates do not win. In recent years, school boards have become a focal point for a political faction looking to score cheap points with campaigns fueled by disinformation related to critical race theory, masks, vaccines, sex education, even bathrooms. While these challenges are real, they are certainly not enough to abandon our system of democratic governance. Instead, Nevada has implemented reforms over the years to increase voter participation and make elections more democratic. We believe school boards would benefit from greater democracy and participation. I don't see how a commission by the county in appointing a board member when parents already have voted for whom they want to represent them would make a difference. At this point, I'd like to introduce Alexander Marks, who is the Director of Communications for the Nevada State Education Association.
Thank you, Alexander Marks, for the record. While democratically elected school boards do bring the greatest accountability of responsiveness to the communities they serve, we do agree that there should be more done in the face of political attacks, which we've seen here tonight, to increase levels of professionalism and collaboration at school boards while also bringing greater accountability. So we have a list of great things we can do long before we eliminate the democratic process of voting. Some of which we've already heard, so I'm not going to go over every one in detail. But first, obviously, allowing educators to serve on their school boards who are excluded. That would add a critical missing perspective to governance, increasing professionalism, and bringing day-to-day experience to the board. The addition of advisory seats could bring more breadth of diversity to perspective to local school boards, including adding important education stakeholders like students and representatives of the PTA, paraprofessionals, et cetera. A statewide code of conduct has been discussed for school board trustees, including a process for possible removal for office transgressions, and that would set a clear expectation with new lines of accountability. Instituting regular rotation of school board presidents would also lead to more collaboration between school board trustees and decreased factionalism on the boards. Possibly limiting the superintendent contracts to 2 years, similar to the bargaining contracts. Time to seating the new school board members after elections would make superintendents more accountable to the seated boards and lead to better working relationships. Compensation, we've already discussed, but compensation of trustees that better reflects responsibility would lead to more qualified and more professional school boards and candidates, rather. Elevating the ballot placement of school board races would also lead to greater participation. It wouldn't be buried at the bottom. Electing school board candidates through ranked choice voting would also reward candidates who are more collaborative. And public financing of school board elections would help level the playing field while also increasing communications between candidate campaigns and the voting public. Just to kind of wrap things up, so between the audience outbursts we've seen tonight, some of the anti-LGBTQ public comments, and a lot of communism references, this is a great example of what most CCSD meetings have been like over the last 2 years. But to suggest that one solution is to point all of you would not solve any of the issues we've seen tonight, and we would also stand in opposition of that proposal as well. This is just a glimpse of what we've been dealing with at the local level. Appointments, again, would not prevent any of those issues, which, honestly is why I think things feel so dysfunctional sometimes. But the suggestions NSEA set forth would far better fix the problems that even the coalition has suggested here this evening. And again, they would be worth trying long before removing the right for our Nevadans to vote for our school board trustees. NSEA stands ready to work with this committee, as always, on any of these important school board reforms, but at the same time, we will fight against any move to make any school boards less democratic and shielding them from accountability. Thank you.
Is that okay? All right. Thank you very much. Members, questions?
Chair Dennis, Assemblywoman Hanson, I have a question.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just looked out the window and pigs are flying. Mr. Daly and Assemblywoman Hanson are in agreement, and that doesn't happen very often. So I appreciated the presentation. I have one question. If I know you've listed several concerns. What is your number one concern with the idea of appointment?
Thank you, Assembly Member Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association. First, to your opening observation of pigs flying, talk to Senator Hanson. Oftentimes, there are odd points of agreement between the two of us. In terms of biggest concern, I think, is that it is an idea or would be a move that would not solve the issues that schools are facing. I think right now, today, in Nevada schools, clearly in Clark County this week, back to school, Washoe next week, back to school, the shortage of educators, which is, probably over 3,000 vacant education positions in this state, that's a crisis. I'd love to see language in a bill making this committee do a series of hearings to address that. To take that on. I'm looking here at Assemblymember Miller, I know, who has the Teacher Recruitment and Retention Task Force work that she's done, which is incredibly important, but I'd like to see more attention on that. To me, this just seems like more of a distraction. And I think, what we saw earlier tonight, Senator Dennis was doing his best job to move this meeting forward, but at a certain point, it didn't really seem like the meeting was getting anywhere. And that's the dynamic at school boards. Appointing school board members doesn't change that dynamic. Its net effect really is just to limit the accountability mechanisms that the public has to their board of directors. So NSEA would not say that we think school boards are working perfectly at the moment. We think they're not. However, we think this proposal for a hybrid form of governance does nothing to address all of the issues that school boards are facing. It just changes the people out. It came up in the May hearing. I was in Las Vegas, and I'm not sure, Assemblymember, if you were videoing in, because I don't think that we did video, or if you were in Las Vegas, but there was this interesting kind of notion. We were talking about Chicago moving from, and even maybe New York, moving from appointed to elected models. And it kind of got me thinking in that town hall that, those school systems also are having, lots of problems and lots of difficulties. If, in terms of governance, folks are just changing governance because they don't know what else to do to address or fix the problems in the public education system. And so, we're here with elected school boards talking about moving to appointed or hybrid. They're there with appointed school boards talking about moving to elected. I think it's just the urge to do something or anything, but it's not going to address the root causes, that are plaguing our school districts. I used to be a politician, so that was like a terrible answer, Assembly Member. I'm sorry. I could do it again.
No, I think we're good.
And Chair, if I could just quickly follow up. Thank you, Mr. Daly. Actually,
Sure.
I really appreciated the answer and your being forthright about that. And, this is what happens sometimes where we do come together and have understanding with sometimes people or positions that we don't really ever think would happen. And it happens because we have dialogue. And Chair, if I could just take an indulgence and thank you so much for giving us the latitude that you have given for the May 3rd meeting and the way it was conducted and allowing the public to ask questions. That's really unusual. We don't usually do that the way the legislature runs. And just we don't always agree either, but you're always so respectful and I've appreciated your leadership. It's an honor to be a part of this process, even though we have our differences. That's how we hopefully get to some solutions that we can agree on. So thank you for the indulgence.
Thank you. I believe Senator Buck has a question, and then Selmum Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. And Mr. Daly, I was wondering, how does NSEA feel about potentially an elected superintendent?
So in this state, we used to have a state elected superintendent. I know. She's Oh, sorry. Dawn Echeverry for the record. The state went from an elected state superintendent to an appointed one. I don't know. Do we have a support? We don't have a position any farther than that. We've seen both dynamics. When we had a state appointed, they answered to the public. Or when we had an elected, and I did find that to be a better answer for it.
Just so I get clarification here real quick. I don't believe we had a state elected unless it was many, many years ago. Are you talking more than 50 years back or? Because we should get that just so we can get that clarified at some point. But I know we used to have a superintendent that wasn't appointed by the governor, but was actually appointed by the State Board of Ed. I believe that's what we had previous.
Yeah, we'll have to look because I believe that my first signature is by one I elected. But
no, so who was
trying to think of the name?
Okay, well, we'll get that figured out. That's a good question because as far as I've been associated with education, we haven't. I've never voted for a superintendent, and so it would have had to been before that. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead with your question, Senator Buck. Is that?
That was it, really, Chair Dennis. Thank you so much.
All right, Selmum Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Dennis, and thank you for the presentation. Or actually, it was more of your opinions. I don't believe that was a presentation, but, I respect how you feel about the school board and what happened here today. I think that I have to say that Chair Dennis took charge of this meeting where we've seen the school board, it has not been that controlled. And I appreciate Chair Dennis taking control of his meeting. My question, though, I believe that if you have an angst, you should have a solution to a problem. And we're seeing that the problem with our school board right now is chaos. And that's no way to run a business because our educational system is a business. And unfortunately, we are thinking inside the box instead of outside the box. And this state has grown by leaps and bounds. And right now, my concern is solutions. What can we do, or what can we put forward to do about our educational system, areas of our community that are lacking in representation, areas of our community that are affluent and have the resources that they need in order for their children to progress, and areas where we don't have that. We have a dysfunctional family going on. What can we do to make this a turnaround? Because we have to do something. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Dennis. Chris Daly, Nevada State Education Association. To Assemblymember Thomas. In our May exhibit, and then Mr. Marks in his presentation, we listed, I think, 8 or 9 bullet points of items, several of them included in LCB's presentation to you earlier this evening, that we believe would help. Our number 1 proposal is to end the ban on educator participation in their school district governance. Now, this we know for a fact that educators used to be allowed to run for and serve on their school district boards of trustees. I'm not sure the year that the restriction was put into place, but many states around the country and many school districts around the country, educators are able to serve on their school boards. There may be times where there are conflicts and there needs to be recusals on votes. But as former trustee and active classroom educator Dawn Echeverry mentioned in her comment, educators bring a perspective that's important. Perhaps sometimes, Assemblymember Thomas, you may see your colleague to your left engage on an issue and think about something in a certain way that, like you or I, as folks that aren't actively in the classroom, might not have thought of. That's the type of thing that I think we're thinking about. Also, oftentimes, if you have an educator who may or may not be a teacher on a school board, they bring their teacher voice and their teacher presence into the school board, which is a professionalizing impact on that board. And so we think that one change, also educators oftentimes win school board races when they run for school boards. So we think that one change alone could actually have a pretty dramatic impact on improving the boards. In terms of representation, I'm very aware, for example, that in the Clark County School Board of Trustees currently does not have the representation from several communities, including the African American community that it has had in the past. That is an issue, and I think that there are 2 ways to address it. One is an intentional electoral coalition way to address it in order to look at the races, look at the candidates in terms of candidate recruitment and training and running elections in order to make sure that representation is there. I can speak as the political director of the Nevada State Education Association. That is something that we've had conversations about and are interested in pursuing moving forward, although it doesn't appear to be in this current election cycle. The other thing that we've recommended is looking at potentially advisory seats on school boards. And there are all sorts of communities that are not represented or voices that are not present at school boards. Voting seats are preferable, but short of that, we think advisory seats could give that opportunity for more breadth and diversity of perspective on school boards.
Thank you. I appreciate that detail because those are valid points. And that's what our communities are lacking, representation. So to Assemblywoman Hanson, pigs are flying, no, birds are not real.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. So once again, I'm going to allow questions, but I want to limit the questions to the suggestions that they made. You know, there was some commentary. We don't need to ask questions about the commentary, but the specific suggestions that they made, if there's any questions on those for some clarification. Do we have anybody here in Las Vegas that wishes to ask? They were pretty specific. How about in Carson City? Do we have any questions from the public?
Chair, it doesn't look like we do. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so we will then go ahead and close out item number 4. We'll go to item number 5. I want to open this up to our members. Any additional discussions concerning the composition selection of school boards that we have not addressed that you would like to see addressed? I'll look here in Carson City. Not seeing any hands going up here. How about in Las Vegas? Any in Carson City?
No, Chair, we're good here. Thank you.
Okay, how about any of our members online? Any questions? Okay. All right, and I will also, if there's any from the public, if there's any additional items that we have not covered that you think should be addressed, if you would come forward. It needs to be like we just did the questions, real quick thing, and come up and tell us what you think the address. And you can go ahead and come up. And we've got three mics here, so anybody else wants it. So we'll go ahead and start here on the. But just remember, I want it to be really quick so we can.
Okay. My name is Jay Craddock. I have a son, 11 years old, attends school here in Clark County. I went through the Clark County School District, Mountain View Elementary School, Ed Von Tobel Junior High School, Eldorado High School. I went on to graduate from Columbia University, and I got my master's degree at UNLV. I think that the basic problem that we have is we have a group of synergists who are trying to make things work together, and we have a group of saboteurs who are trying to tear it all apart. And we need to find a way to get these people to understand that the only way that we can do the best for our kids is by working together. So it's a matter of finding the number of school board trustees that we need to cover all of the different communities in the valley. Maybe 11, maybe we need to also increase the number of county commissioners. But we're not getting enough voices out there for it to be made into a reasonable discussion. So my idea is to increase the number of school board trustees and also give them staff and then pay them more than $250 a month to make it and incentivize the whole idea of working for the school district and not working for private schools or religious schools, and making it work through numbers and better representation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we did have some of those were on the suggestions, so we appreciate you just telling us what you had. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Committee, thank you so much for this opportunity tonight. A few years back, I was the super angry, frustrated parent who started showing up anywhere and everywhere, screaming and yelling and very mad. As many know, I'm a mom to special needs sons. And when this district continued to keep schools closed, I was one of the first people to hit the pavement with my sign and my son in my heart begging for schools to reopen. And in the months that ensued, I didn't like any of the trustees. I definitely didn't like the superintendent. I did not really like a single elected official. I made that very known. But what I really came to realize was I really wanted to help. I just never had really had to say so much out loud about how frustrated I was for my children. And over the last couple of years, I just woke up one day and I was like, well, you know, I can stand here and keep yelling, but it's not going to get anything done. So how can I help? So what did I do? I turned it around and I started helping. And I spend every hour of every day helping our community. In going from that frustration to where I've worked for today, I couldn't have done that without the respect of our elected officials, some that are sitting in the room, but I was very fortunate to get appointed to our Audit Advisory Committee for Clark County School District. And then I was also appointed to our Zoning Committee, entrusted to me from our elected officials. So I'm speaking because I think I'm a prime example of where an appointment works, because I think everyone who knows me or knows anything about me knows that I really only have the children's interest at heart in our community. All of them, every single one. I volunteer in schools that are 30, 40 minutes away from my home. And I still have 4 kids in this district, and my youngest has just started first grade. So what I know, though, at the end of the day is that there's things that, you know, obviously I go to every single school board meeting. Okay, I missed one last month. There's more than just what you see going on there. There's
Okay, just so
sorry,
that
there's duties.
I want you to get to the question because I don't want to run out of time, and you'll have an opportunity to do public comment still.
Rules and rules and rules and rules and rules. And a lot of those rules prevent the very people from doing the jobs that we expect them to do, whether you say that's the trustees or the superintendent. And we do have to fix it. The number one idea I did like was the elected superintendent, and I actually went back and Wikipedia'd it. The law changed in 2013. So I guess my overall question is like tonight, there was so much highlighted to me on the surface level of our issues and our problems. How can I help you guys dig a little deeper than that? Because the problems are just under the surface and we're skating kind of all around them. And I can definitely get really more particular offline. But I can show you many, many ways why the system is not working the way that it is. So I guess my question is how can, I know I have your attention right now, but how can I keep your attention to show you those failures?
So, and actually, would you identify yourself one more time just to make sure?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Anna Marie Binder.
Okay. So what I would suggest, actually a couple things here. One is that continue to be involved in these meetings, and as this progresses, it's going to go to the legislature. Keep an eye on it there, and any other meetings that come up. Nothing will be voted on. It has to be voted during the legislature, but right now is the opportunity to give your suggestions if there's specific things. And you can also send them in. You don't have to do it all tonight, and that's for anybody that wants to do that. So that would be my suggestion: is continue to stay involved in listening, and then when you have opportunities to give suggestions, and also to work with your elected legislators, because they're looking for opportunities to make education better and work on those kinds of issues.
Sure. I'm just concerned because we only have one more of these before we head into next year. So time is closing before we hit the floor next year, and that's very concerning.
And once again, your name for the record.
Oh, sorry, Anna Marie Binder.
Thank you. You also have the opportunity to talk to your legislators, so that not just in the meeting. So one other thing, because you brought it up again, I believe that our legal person, Mr. Killian, actually has an answer for the elected superintendent. So just so we get that on the record, I want him to address that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So there are two separate changes from elected to appointed. The first is that roughly from statehood to 1956, there were county superintendents which were elected. And then in the 8th special session in 1956, elected county superintendents were abolished in favor of making school districts coterminous with county boundaries and having elected school boards. And the district superintendents became appointed at that time. The second question about the state superintendent was elected until 1957. In 1957, it was converted to a position appointed by the state board, and then in 2013, that process was changed where the state board recommends names and the governor makes the appointment.
Thank you. So there you have it. Appreciate that. I think that's good to get that on the record. Okay, anybody else wishing to ask any questions here? How about up in Carson City? Do we have anybody coming up?
Yes, Chair, we have someone. Thank you. Hold on.
Oh, okay. Just a reminder, question on the presentation, or actually these are suggestions that perhaps we didn't address that you wanted to ask a question, or either a question or make a recommendation. Go
Frederick George Wilson, Washoe County citizen. This question is for Mr. Killian. What would it take to change back to elected superintendent of the Washoe County School District?
So I know Mr. Killian's going to answer that, but the question actually goes to me, and then I asked Mr. Killian to answer it. So I believe that that's a valid question, Mr. Killian. You want to explain that process?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asher Killian, Committee Counsel. So since the school districts are creations of the state legislature, and the state legislature has made the decision to have those positions currently be appointed rather than elected, all it would take would be a bill by the state legislature to convert those positions from appointed back to elected as they were when they were originally created by the territorial legislature back in 1864.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to ask a question there in Carson? Okay. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and close item number 5, and I want to thank everybody that has given suggestions, asked questions. I think this will be helpful as whatever things, and actually multiple things, could move forward to the legislature. So let's go to our last public comment, item number 6. Anyone who hasn't had an opportunity to give public comment, now's your opportunity to do so. Anybody here in Clark County or in Las Vegas? No one's coming forward. How about up in Carson City? I heard somebody said, we're tired. Okay. Sorry, I see somebody coming forward there in Carson. All right, just a reminder, you have 3 minutes. So, and if it's something that's already been said, it's okay to just say ditto. And because I know it's getting late, and I appreciate those that have been here this evening. So go ahead. Let's see. Why don't I didn't see what order you came up in. Let's just start to the person on B to the left. As you're facing the DS, I believe the person with the hat. Go ahead.
Yes, person with the hat, Betsy Strasberg. I appreciate Chair Dennis for giving us this opportunity today. It was a very well-run meeting and something that the Carson City School Board would learn from if they were here. Unfortunately, they had a meeting tonight as well. I really would urge the committee to look at the private sector. The private sector has a chairman of the board and a group of people that advises on various things, and then we have the president, the CEO, and that model has worked. You look at what Apple has done. They have a chairman of the board, advisory board, audit committees, etc., which are advisory to the chairman of the board and his cohorts, but the CEO drives the operating results of the company. The CEO is the superintendent. and he needs to drive the results and be accountable for the data-driven metrics that the school board should insist that he has. And the school board should, and I like the idea of a rotating term for the superintendent because it keeps that position fresh and eager to learn from best practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next person.
My name is Mary Ann Humphrey, and I again want to say thank you for the opportunity to experience and be a part of all this. It's been very enlightening. I started going to school board meetings last fall. It was a big eye-opener for me. Part of the reason I see being an older person, I bring a lot of experience as far as what my own life entailed growing up during the 60s and 70s, and that was not a very fun time to grow up in a major city of San Francisco. Anyway, beside that, maybe there's problems with school boards and parents because I know from my own experience observing and speaking, school board people do not listen. You have school board members that sit there and have dopey looks on their face. They stare in space. They write down messages. So you as a parent, grandparent, concerned citizen, go there and you want to express your concerns. We went through the COVID vaccines, the masks. We had doctors speak and they just went their own way and did what they wanted. Then we have all the garbage in the in education as far as CRT and transgender ideology and what they want to call sex education, which is / pornography. And that's not what the kids are going to school for. If kids were going to school to learn and have the golden rule, taught to them, we'd have a lot more problems solved. And if kids felt like teachers cared and they're there to learn and they're all treated the same, not based on color or anything else. I went to school with a lot of different nationalities and races, and we were all treated the same. And that's how kids need to be treated, so everybody knows that they're there and they'll learn better. But to have all this other stuff infiltrated to them, that's unfair. We need to let kids be. I agree with so many things people said. Kids are innocent. We need to let them grow and grow up slowly. Why do we have to have all this stuff thrown at them? And I sit there, and just to make this really quick, I think about what I was talking to my little grandson on Sunday, and I don't know what they're going to teach him, but I'm saying, I told him, I said, now remember, don't let anybody tell you you're not who you are. You're a little boy. That's how God made you. And I'm sitting here thinking, listening to all this, and I'm thinking, I as a grandparent shouldn't have to be telling him these things at 7 years old. And to always tell your parents stuff, don't let anybody tell you, don't tell your parents. And this is what we're confronting, and I think that's part of the problem. But I still feel we need to have the community vote and have our voices heard and not have things appointed, because the more the government gets involved, the more damages we have.
I need you to wrap up.
I'm done. Thank you very much, though.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the next person.
My name is Sally Zamora. I'm from Washoe County, and I'm a mother, a grandmother, and a great-grandmother, and that's who I'm representing, my family, and all the children in our state, and the parents, and the people who love our Constitution, our American Constitution. I agree with everything that was said by these good people. It makes you proud to be an American, the way they speak up, and they're so informed. It was good you got a lot of practical information, as well as how to support our Constitution and keep our country free. And I, too, would like to say thank you to the chairman. I've been to many meetings that were not run as well as this one. And I would especially like to say thank you to our committee women who came, and the rest of them missed out, weren't here. They were absent, as they are sometimes, but y'all did a great job in being here, not only being here, but in, you made us feel like you were interested. Looking us straight, goodness, I got to look straight in the eyes. I couldn't believe it. We usually get this and this and this, just what she was talking about. The one thing that I felt that wasn't talked about is our teachers. Of course, I'm involved with teachers that are friends of mine, and so they're a little older, and many of them are so glad to be retiring. Many of them are getting out of the education system because of what's happened to it. And the sad part of that is that I will say to them, well, please don't quit. We need good teachers, and you're a good teacher. Yeah, I know I am, but I just can't cope with this anymore. And I'll say, well, if teachers are the one, they'll listen to the teachers. If teachers would all rise up, then maybe they'd listen better. And they will say, well, I'm afraid to say anything because I might lose my tenure. I might be fired. I'll be ostracized. They are intimidated by the union. They are scared to speak up. Freedom of speech, huh? Our teachers. So listen to our teachers. Encourage them to talk. Don't let them be made to feel afraid of speaking up on an issue that is near and dear to them, that they spend their whole lives in. So I would just want to bring those up to you. I don't know if that was mentioned or not. I know someone mentioned about the unions being communistic, and I certainly agree with that. But just take into consideration teachers, and I agree with all these other people that are concerned about what's happening in our school system. CRT, wow, how horrible to teach children to hate other people and to hate their own people. Oh, unreal. And I guess I won't say anything else. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Let's go to I think there's one more.
Good evening. Richard Nagel from Carson City. I heard a lot about accountability tonight, but there's no concrete things. Everything's rather nebulous. I think we need to have a scorecard where we have an accountability grid where the superintendent meets this statute, and this statute. You know, when we are approaching standards and not even meeting standards, that should be like a negative mark on their evaluation and so many points. So what I'm saying is if this person does not meet the criteria or the points to be the superintendent, then that person should be put in a developmental planner. And when they don't succeed, they should be sent on down the road and find somebody else. I think that we need to have things put in black and white. Everybody's afraid to hold people accountable, okay? They talk about it, but if legally and morally, if you don't have something written down in black and white saying that this person succeeded by doing X, Y, and Z, or failed by not doing X, Y, and Z, we're not going to see any improvement whatsoever. We're just going to keep going down this road scratching our heads because we didn't hold anybody accountable. We failed that superintendent by not giving that superintendent clear, concise goals, something to work for, something he can put on the wall and have my flow chart of what I need to do to turn this institution around. And then he can enroll his subordinates in that process. And then everybody's on the same page. That's how every successful business runs. But we're not doing it with our school systems. I mean, we just have this nebulous idea where the last superintendent in Carson City in the same category of leadership got a 4 and a 2. There should be no ands, ifs, or buts. Did he get a 2? Should he have a 2? Demonstrated facts. Well, he deserved a 2. Or a 4. He deserved a 4. And we gave him a 4 because he demonstrated that he met the criteria for a 4. Yet we have nothing, everything's nebulous. And we can't succeed if we don't know where we're going. We can't take that hill if we don't know which hill it is to take. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else there, Carson?
Yes, Casey Rogers for the record. First, I wanted to apologize to those 2 staffers whom I did not know were staffers. I couldn't read that from up there. I thought you were part of the crew. So I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing for my freedom of speech. I would like to say that our children are most of the day and most of the year in the school system, and it is completely broken. You want to blame society because literally Google is now the parent. The internet is now the parent. And you guys are up against a lot. We understand that. But we also understand what's happening in our world right now. And we can see how it's all transcending throughout society. We are jobless. You can't get kids to want to work or do anything anymore because technology is literally taking over. There's a lot of factors to play in here, and it's not just this bill. It goes beyond this. But more than anything, legislation needs to be held accountable, and we need to keep you guys accountable. And that's all I will say. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like we have one more there, Carson.
Frederick George Wilson, and I represent our Lord and Savior Jesus. And until we get right with him, none of this is going to go right. We need to get right with our Lord. We need to get back into the Bible. And come November, there's going to be a big wake-up call across this country. School boards are going to change completely over. The Bible and God are going to be brought back into our schools, and things are going to turn around. We just have to look to him. In Jesus' name. And thank you, Father, for what he did on the cross.
Thank you. I believe we have one person online. BPS, if you want to connect them.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If you'd like to speak in public comment, please press *9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good evening. This is Janine Hansen, State President of Nevada Families for Freedom. I just wanted to make a short final comment. I've listened to this entire hearing. The failure of the schools does not rest with the elected school board members, but with the very low and inappropriate standards, the very poor curriculum that we have, especially regarding the basics. For instance, we do not use proven teaching methods like systematic intensive phonics, and very poor teacher training. We should be looking to these issues if we want to improve education. We have one of the worst curriculums in the nation. If you are looking to improve education, you are looking in the wrong place, and you need to look at the real problems. And the real problems are not the school boards, but they are the curriculum, the teacher training, and the low and inappropriate standards. Thank you for holding this hearing, and Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence so much of allowing the people to have a say. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we have no other folks wishing to give public comment. So I will go ahead and close public comment. I want to thank the members and everyone who presented this evening, and for the public that participated. I want to thank you for spending my birthday with me this day. I didn't bring cake, however, and but it was definitely a very important issue that we needed to have this discussion. So I appreciate those that participated tonight. I know it was a little different format than we normally, but I think that we were able to get some of the information and questions so that as we move forward on whatever or anything, that the questions, have been asked and that we can get some additional information. So, and I want to thank my members. I know we don't generally do them this late, but wanted to give an opportunity for people that perhaps couldn't speak during the day, and as we spoke about this, and I can't overemphasize all the work that our staff do, and appreciate all that work that they do, and generally they're not here in the evening either, and so this has been a good meeting. I appreciate all the information that we're able to gather, and with that, just want to remind folks that we do have a work session scheduled for August 30th in Carson City. And right now, at this point, we're scheduled to begin at 12 p.m. to allow folks to be able to get there. So with that, we have no further business to come before us tonight. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Chair. Happy birthday.